Islam, Islam, Islam. I am Brother R. Bey, all rights reserved.
Yay, yay!
And you already know I'm here with my magnificent brother. He is.
Namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, 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 y'all. I am Brother Hasan Ghaziel Bey here in Morocco at northwest of Maxim. How are you? Happy Holy Week.
As soon as you say you, that's I got the notification that we was live.
Wow. Are you serious?
On my phone.
That's amazing. Good to know that notifications work like that, bro. Because I didn't know what happens really on it. I didn't, because it's not like I'm checking it for myself. Maybe I should subscribe from
YouTube notified me.
Okay, great. All right, I yield, bro.
Islam, happy Holy Venus degree to all the Muslims all around the world.
Wow.
Right? That super curvy, mountainous, flat world, right?
Just thinking that shit. Oh my god! I was about to say, don't you mean a flat the world? Let me stop. Okay.
Yeah, right. Those all those flat mountains out there. You know what I mean?
I'm joking, because we know, sis would be like, plates are round too, even though they're flat. Most plates aren't flat. Most plates have
they got a
bit of curve.
Curvature.
Oh,
So it's another impromptu improv, guys. You already know it's the last day of March. So we're moving into April. And we're gonna have a virtual and telephony field trip today, guys. So it's about to be amazing. We're about to just have fun with it. And we're gonna show you guys also, we're gonna go into some statutes and I believe annotated statutes or something like that.
Well, Connecticut statutes. I'm just going to say that, and then once I bring it up or whatever, then we'll be able to see exactly what it's called. This is literally an impromptu improv because I only looked at it for a short bit. You know what I mean? Because I kind of like the element of, let's see what this is. You know what I mean? So that encourages beings to, do their own. Like, guys, it's this research that we do in front of your face and show how we study is clearly for you guys to be able to have some confidence in doing it yourselves. All right. Like, you guys got to be confident in yourselves and allow these things to really occur. It's because it's not hard. It's really not hard. It's not tough at all. However, I know that when I and my beloved brother R. Muwaba Bey come together and really analyze shit, like, it's like, I said, like, so that's just kind of how it goes. I know, and right now too, I'm editing on the fly, guys. I just want to make sure I get our deets all together as far as the description and things of that nature. So we're gonna have a short dialogue even before we go into our invocation in term, the Moorish American prayer, and read the 2 letters before every meeting. So let's just kind of just preface this through a little prolegmenon, right? Or prolegmenon, right? Which is still like Latin for like preface, right? So with that being said, bro, when it comes to analyzing any other so-called state statutes, and you're not particularly near that particular filing in someone's cabinet, you know what I mean? Because we already know any state, county or city it's a document. It's not an actual place. And the only place that document is giving any energy to operate in is in whatever area that is the area pertaining to the building in which that office is exercising its official duties pertaining to its own constitution and bylaws, its own charter. And these are the things that should be recognized. You're being Moorish American, any Moorish Americans out there that aren't kind of talking like this. I mean, eventually they will, because you already know, bro, what we do is we inspire people to fix their foolery and to fix their folly. Because, a lot of people will try to say, they'll have their sashes and stuff and all talking about their whomever they are in the Moor sign, but America, you know what I'm saying? They'll say that or whatever. However, will watch us to criticize us and then realize that we're giving them something to improve themselves within their own buildings where they're holding Moor Science Temple of America as if the temple isn't the planet. However, again, people just don't have certain degrees that we have, nor are they confident in speaking freely like we do. They speak as if their tassel is pinned down at 33 degrees and they're not naturally 720, because they don't recognize that there's 360 that's immediately around their temples, and then there's another 360 above. So 360 above and 360 below equals 720. However, you know, people want to wear fezzes and say they run organizations and stuff. It's like, okay, all righty. The only sincere Moorish Americans I know are me and my brothers, our consorts, you Moors that come here that are sincere Moors that really aren't I mean, and I get it when you're making your transitions from, being acting as a Federal Reserve agent, chasing the bag, getting Federal Reserve notes to make, advances to the Federal Reserve Bank via the instrumentalities pertaining to the United States. And how you want to know how to still operate without the birth certificate and the social security number when operate is a business terminology, as highlighted by our sister Malika, you know what I mean, at the Jurisprudence Gym. You know what I mean? Like, so I get it. If you're on the bridge, cool, and you're just being sincere and making sure you can move certain ways. Because the thing is really just learn what we're about to go over so that you can know what doesn't apply to you and begin writing correspondences preemptively to keep these beings off you. However, my question, Brother Aura, what is it that you see when you go and check other so-called states and things? That what goes through your mind, bro? I yield.
Islam. The first thing that I notice is that for the most part, the statues are uniform. So if you find it in one state, 9 times out of 10, you'll find it in another.
Yes.
Another thing I see is that the statutes are in addition to the Constitution. So their state constitution always comes first. Of course, it always trumps the statutes, which is in turn trumped by the federal constitution. However, what I do see when I look at the statutes for any state is that the statutes specifically, in the plain language of the statutes, say that they're for persons. Okay, and I understand that people have been taught from a young age that a noun is a person, place, or thing. So they've always been thinking that a person means, a living being, which it can mean a living being. It actually can. However, that would be a non-statutory person. So if person is being defined in any state statute, it's a statutory person because it's pursuant to statute. It's a statutory definition. So what I'm seeing is that most people don't realize that these statutes technically don't apply to them, except for the fact that they're allowing it to apply to them. So by their own tacit acquiescence and consent, they are subjecting themselves essentially to that which doesn't really apply to them if they knew the statutory definitions. I mean, we can ask somebody really quick, like, hey, do you work for the government? And they're like, nah, bro, I work at Walmart. Oh, okay, so you work for the government. They'd be like, no, I work for Walmart. But Walmart is organized under the laws of the state of so-and-so, which you claim that you're employed in the state of. So the fact that that business is registered with the state, it becomes an extension of the state. And if you don't believe me, then why are all these businesses telling you to wear a mask? who implemented those policies? Wasn't it the so-called governors of the states that were implementing emergency directives and executive orders or whatnot to create some type of safety policy? And the businesses have to enforce this? Why are the, regular business owners having to enforce this? I thought they were private businesses, right?
Got it.
So essentially, another thing that I noticed when looking at the state statutes is that I would say almost everything, because I know that there's some things that that these people who claim to be government do that is private. I know that they do things secretly as well. But however, everything that they do is supposed to be, and for the most part, is written in the statutes. Everything is regulated by it. They don't act without some being written down on how it's supposed to be done. If they're holding hearings for any purpose, those hearings are based on some federal program or some state program in the name of the federal, you see what I'm saying, where they're actually using these venues, these buildings, they're leasing these buildings, and they're making them venues to hold administrative proceedings in. So what's happening? So Islam. So what I realized when I read the statutes is that every single thing they do is governed by statute, governed by law. So at the end of the day, if they're doing something, then they're gonna have to show me where they're allowed to do such a thing, because they can't just put their own battery in their back. They have to be authorized or delegated some type of authority. This is clear. I hope this is clear. This is clear for me and my brothers, but I hope this is clear for you guys. No matter what it is, it's governed by statute, whether it's federal statute, state statute, municipal ordinance, county ordinance, so on and so forth. Administrative code of any agency. So if a statute creates an office, then that office will create the administrative code of how they carry out the statutes of their powers and duties. Again, if an agency has a duty, powers and duties, right? Those powers and duties are laid out in statute. Now, the administration of how they do the rest of their job, everything is not in the statute. That's why it goes further. It's further codified into the administrative code on how they do things. So another thing I learned about the statutes, as basically I just explained, is that the statutes go hand in hand with the administrative code, right? So we got the statute, the state law and the state administrative code. They go hand in hand. See what I'm saying? It's like the laws that govern the football team are the laws that govern them. But then the coach in them, they're going to create, their own plays and stuff. They're going to create their own policies. They're going to create their own, whatever, to carry out the administrative duties or whatnot. So, yeah, see what else I can speak on with regards to statutes. They only apply to federal, state, municipal, county agents, okay? Because they're only for persons. And in order to be a person under statute, you would have to be a legal entity, or you would have to be a naturalized individual, someone who naturalized into said corporate structure. So, and then you can't naturalize unless you give up your nationality, because you're now taking on the characteristics of an agent of a corporation instead of exercising your birthrights, taking your place amongst the affairs of men, and utilizing your dominion to do what you need to do in order to survive and keep growing and thriving, flourishing. So With that being said, bro, I don't know if you got anything to add.
Uh, what I will add as I continue, and I'm about to share one out. You're exactly correct. With everything that you stated, and I think the biggest thing that came up in my mind as you were speaking is like, I imagine somebody go, well, because sometimes certain beings, especially certain Moorish Americans, they're just like, well, that don't apply to me, so I don't have to talk that. All I gotta stay do this. The prophet said just enforce the Constitution. Like, yes, that is true. So why not know how to enforce the Constitution by battling people also that will try to use administrative code, state statutes and administrative code to try to paint you in the box of, well, we're not utilizing the Constitution. Okay, what are you utilizing? Oh, statutes, and you're using your state statutes and the administrative code to carry out those state statutes. Well, let me show you that in your own definitions pertaining to such only apply to employees that have a contract, an oath of office, and a autographed certified statement that says that they're performing functions of public office, which is trade or business. So yeah, that's what I'm just going to speak to the elephant in the room. That's what I've seen, and forefront pertaining to my mind, there's Prophet Noble Drew. All righty, let me make that clear. I am inspired by, and I give supreme honors to Prophet Noble Drew. All right. Additively to that, what I've recognized that there is a certain arrogance that people have to solve. It's a sum that people have to solve. Once declaring and proclaiming their nationality, because they don't want to be wrong about something or say that they haven't came across that according to their studies so far. I get it. Some people don't want to say, I don't know. Okay, cool. And then sometimes people, instead of saying they don't know or taking a look at other things, they'll get all puff-chested and be like, well, see, because, you know what I mean? Because the prophet said that we ain't got to do this. So why I got to do that, fam? Yeah, I'm saying God. Like, okay, look, New Yorker sounding guy. Just because you use that accent doesn't mean that I'm going to back down from pointing out that you're lacking something from your toolbox. I'm not telling you to only, not every hole that needs to be made calls for a drill. Sometimes you can just use a simple Phillips head screwdriver and some type of, screw that has its own starter to it. You ain't even gotta go so hard.
Mm-hmm.
Like when my baby wants the hooks for when she hangs the plants around the house, I don't have to get a jackhammer to put a hole in either the wall or the ceiling. All I gotta do is just use a little pressure with my hand, Mercury, right? Which is void of course right now, very interestingly too, right? With my hand, all I have to do is just screw it in the ceiling or the wall. Guess what? There's a hook now within some drywall. So I'm saying sometimes knowing the statutes and administrative codes, not to use it for your salvation, you would utilize such to be able to simply screw the hook in. And what I mean by that is because you're going to hang these plants that are termed administrative agents, city, county, or which is, municipal or state agents that are seeking to supplant the Constitution, the common law, which they must give effect to. So screw in the hook and hang them. I think that's what's most important. So continuing to share this out, which is really what I want to do. I want to, share this on out. So I'm going to share this out to our Lawful Living community. Shout out to you all within our Lawful Living communities. A lot of new beings popping up too. A lot of people coming from other different so-called groups of studying these things. And at the end of the day, guys, come on, man. You guys already know I don't co-sign anything unless it's solid. And then it's continuing to be, hey, man, I like that, until it shows itself not to be solid. Mother Malika and Sonny and all of our loved ones there at the Jurisprudence Gem, Keith, Bobby, McRail, who else is heavy part? Trading Brigade, Coach, Am Woman, so many that be there, Samaya. Many different beings who actually come with something. Ride with Tecumseh, right? That's Joe, right? It just really brings and share things. Eliyahu, Steve. If I miss anybody, you guys, you all know who you are that's there, every Tuesday and Thursday, filling it up anywhere from like 90 to 100 beings, all in Zoom going over these things. All righty. Shout out to you all, right? I love what we do every Tuesday and Thursday at Bible study. I know Malika's advertising, well, not advertising, but sharing and posting what it is. It'll say natural law on her Instagram. However, it is Bible study. And those of you that are Moorish American should be able to appreciate that, because, within the oral statements and prophecies of Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, right? Or oral statements and prophecies of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Al-Hajj Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, it says, don't throw away your Bibles, for I'm going to use them to condemn the government. And so, you're going to see something when we go here for the General Statutes of Connecticut, and we're going to take a little virtual field trip to the General Assembly. And I may do a portion of that because it says virtual and telephony field trip. And I'm going to make a call. All righty. And just ask some questions, hey, I'm going to open my head here, right, and dump out everything I think I know. Can you just pour in your wisdom about this? I'm looking at your general statutes, and, I, actually share American government lessons. And I just, came across you guys' website, right now. Our class is going over Connecticut. And so, yeah, guys, that's pretty much how the phone call is going to probably start. All righty. So that's what I'm saying. All right, let's kind of go to the chat now, too, because then we're going to go into our invocation in. I know Brother R is definitely on point. So at the end of the day, he's getting some things documented for himself. Let's see who's all in the chat. Hey, Mother Sahar, peaceful greetings to you also, right? Happy Holy Degree. You said that's what you was about to say. They claim to be private. Wow. Interessante. All right. So yeah, we're going to go in on this. There's some things that I discovered that I think I was like, this is interesting. And, it's not going to be long because, like I said, I'm going to go and make sure I do the things that I need to do here to make sure things are well balanced with mommy and baby, right? So I love being here with you guys. However, I love being with my loved ones a little more, right? my immediate loved ones that are close to me, you know what I mean? So, all right, so let me share this out. You guys have any questions, comments, and or suggestions? I can see the chat from right here, right? Happy Holy Venus Degree again to you all. And thank you for joining us, those that are here now and those that will come in the Dimensions to Manifest. Dimensions to Manifest is, colloquially called the future, right? So I appreciate you all. Let me tell them, guys, we are live now, beloveds. Right? So looking up what I saw briefly, I was like, wow, Connecticut doesn't have counties. They got rid of counties back in 1960. I know, right? For real, no counties. The counties are just like these shells with it's like a tote, and it's like, oh, let's put a city here and a town and a borough in there, and we'll call this tote New Haven County. Like, what? Like, are you really? Like, you guys are saying they don't have counties. And to find who the head sheriff is, wow. I don't think, we gotta find out who they are, because all the state marshals are deputy sheriffs. And marshal, M-A-R-S-H-A-L, comes from the French maréchal, which is a horse watcher, a stable watcher, one who's in the stable watching the horses. So that means beings who actually are contracted, oath-taken, autograph certified, statement-making agents that are doing trade or business, which is performing functions of public office at the pleasure of the governor, they're looked at as fucking horses, chattel property. And what you guys need to do that don't have their status pertaining to being one who has a contract, an oath of office, and an autograph certified statement that says that you're performing functions of public office, which is trade or business, at the pleasure of the governor, you have to make sure you're not corralled, lasso, and rodeoed into being ones that are marshaled. You got to be really clear with this. You cannot be marshaled. And it's one thing to know that you're not these things and all these other things. What I think is necessary, actually, what's actually necessary is that you guys preemptively put in correspondences to beings asking said questions, and you guys really need to get good at suing people when they seem to lasso you, rope you like you're at a rodeo into the state. Okay? They think, because in their mind, they think for example, they're in the state of Connecticut, that you operating your land, you traveling, utilizing your land conveyance, that now puts you in the state in a motor vehicle on a state highway, when that shit only exists in the agent's minds. And they're only supposed to be talking to other beings that they know have been indicted as being the same contract making, oath taking, autograph certified statement making agent. Are you guys clear on that? Let me know if you guys are clear on that. Put a 1 in the chat if you're clear on that. Seriously.
Hey, you said that yesterday you don't. I don't put notes on yours. Okay, so I explain that. Okay, so respectfully, can we check your camera, see if you put it on here?
Got him.
You got a camera in the front too. In the back. You're lying. Camera in the front.
Yeah.
You're gonna lie to me?
Got him.
You've always had a camera in the front.
I've never put a camera.
Really?
It's always been that.
Put that on something.
I put that on my children's life.
You don't care about your babies.
Hey, yo.
Pardon me, guys.
That's hilarious. To catch a thief and a liar. All right.
And now she's unlocking the other thing.
I don't know why they playing with me, bro. I don't play that. Pardon me, guys. I forgot to mute out.
Yeah, people be trying to collude and shit, not minding their fucking business. So Brother R be on it like, hey, God, you trying to fuck around and find out. The fuck,
Hey, so that's
seriously.
No, bro, like I guess I might as well kind of speak on it a little bit. Like, yo, somebody is messing with my front door. Let's just put it like that. Okay. Somebody's doing something to my front door, and I'm like, hey, you guys doing something to my front door? And they're like, nah. Now when I bring up, let me see that camera footage, because they got a camera on their front window. Now she's saying they've never had a camera in the front.
Say it again.
Now they're saying they've never had a camera in their window in the front.
Wow. Because that would reveal that
that they were the ones tampering with my property.
Wow. Leave my door alone, bitch.
Yeah. I have no authority to don't even look at my door.
No. Seriously. All day, every day. Leave my door alone. Oh, I'm gonna wait for Brother R to come on back in. All right, Buffy, have a seat. I know. What's up? You gotta go yardy? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you sure went out last night? I know it was lightning and thunder, and you ain't like, man, I ain't with that lightning and thunder. It's all good, Buffy. It's all good. All right, guys. So while we wait on bro to come on back in, right? There he go. There he go. There he go. Where he at? Where he at? There he go. Right?
Part of you.
It's all to the gizzard. Spotlight you, bro, and then add me to the spotlight. So we got things going how we got it. Right? Let me actually go here and share this to our chapter. Let me take this off and see what happens when I do that. I figured it out. So I was doing all that German stuff the other day. All right. So let me grab this and share it on what is that? Facebook also. And then we're going to get started, guys. So if you guys got any questions, comments, and/or suggestions, and I know on the 7th, right, which is the next holy degree term next Friday, going to check out the Birmingham Corporation for West Midlands, near what's termed the United Kingdom, and then after that we'll be checking out the California State Republic statutes also. Just kind of just really going into these studies and really see, like, okay, what is said here? What are beings thinking that the common people are supposed, but just, the common sentient beings, what should they be doing? And I don't think it's anything, like they should be performing functions of public office without a contract. I don't think that's how it goes. I'm just saying, I don't think that's how it goes. So with that being said, guys, make sure you are really allowing yourself to know the statutes, codes, and policies, not for your salvation, to keep beings at bay, right? To keep them where they need to stay, right? So that you're not bothered, right? You're not bothered with the inconvenience. It's an inconvenience to deal with people who are trying to use their gang clothing called a uniform with their shiny piece of tit jewelry called a badge. Oh, look at my shiny titty jewelry. Oh, I'm important. Okay, cool. I got a badge too. Look, I have a Sharif's badge. I'm an actual law enforcer, though. You guys are fucking policy enforcers, which, at the end of the day, we're for peace and not destruction, as you guys will see in the second letter to be read in every meeting. However, Prophet Obadiah Ali also stated in the Oral Statements and Prophecies, can't run from a fight, drop the world on them. So yeah, I think that's necessary. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Especially
that's
with,
where I'm at, dropping the world on these beings.
yeah, I mean, because what they're used to the people not physically fighting back because they think soon as they see some type of weaponry, gun or whatever, they let's empty our clips out of our Glock 40s, right? We gotta dump all 17 shots from 5 different, Glocks. You know what I mean? In order to, defend ourselves and act within a reasonable response pertaining to the event that took place. And it's like, you guys are fucking assholes. You're clearly assholes. Clearly. However, let's get started, right? Let me see actually what I would be bringing up here. That was interesting. Very, very interesting. What in the hookity heck was that? Y'all can still hear me, right? You can still hear me, Brother Aura?
Yeah, pardon me. I was listening to some. My apologies.
No, you good. I just had a surge of energy take place here. Yeah, it was very, very muy interesante just now. However, yeah, it is what it is. All right, so with that being said, let me double check real quick. Make sure I have everything lined up so that I can show you guys exactly. I want to make sure I got these going too. Okay. All right. All right. I like it.
Islam mother Sahar L said, that's what I was about to say. They claim to be private. Exactly. Yeah. And they're not. Nothing about them. I mean, what about them is private? You know what I mean? What is private about any of these businesses?
Nothing.
I mean, there's thousands of videos online that show public agents at a public building on public land saying this is private. So we know they lie. Everybody knows that police are known for breaking laws. Police are known for lying. In fact, the Supreme Court ruled that they're allowed to lie to you in order to conduct their little investigations. So you're dealing with liars. I read this book that says there's a quite a interesting percentage of beings that have self-confessed to crimes they did not commit because of the method of interrogation of pressuring and you know how they do, like they come up with stuff and they'll try to scare you into telling. If they can't use fear, then they'll try to use some other means to get you to confess.
Sir, that is incorrect. What we do is we actually are enforcing the law, sir. We don't have time for your sovereign citizen beliefs, and that's debatable, actually. But you're in the state, sir. You're operating a motor vehicle. It goes more than 35 miles an hour, and at the end of the day, we're going to confiscate your property. I'm going to write you a citation. You show up for court on this day.
Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, that's kind of how they do it.
That's
what do you mean? What do you mean? Am I done? Yeah, I'm done. You're done too.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done listening to your bullshit because you can't prove nothing you just said. As a matter of fact, I'm not a statutory person. This is not a vehicle. I'm not in the state, and we can pull up the definitions and we can read them word for word so that we can comprehend it together. How about that? Oh, you don't want to do that? Oh, you've dealt with situations like this before? cool. Do what you got to do. And that's it. Just do what you got to do. Because
Right.
once you violate me, I know what I got to do. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth with you. Is that what you think? I strongly disagree with you, and I can show you in law right now, prove to you that you're wrong. But if you don't have the time to sit down and actually look at these statutes so that I can show you and teach you what it is, then it's gonna, it's not gonna work. You go ahead and do what you got to do, and I'll do what I got to do. At the end of the day, you're enforcing the Federal Highway Safety Act or the National Highway Safety Act, however you want to reference it. That's what you're enforcing. The governor's charged to enforce it. There's state programs that they create, and you can even go to the federal statutes and look at the title dealing with highways. I sent that to the chat the other day because I know we always look at Title 49, which is transportation, but if you look at the highway federal statutes, it tells you exactly the programs that they're operating. It's Title 23, United States Code 402. Title 23, United States Code 402, highway safety programs. Okay? Each state shall have a highway safety program. Each state, this is a federal law. Each state shall have a highway safety program approved by the secretary that is designed to reduce traffic accidents. In commerce, it doesn't say that there, but it says that in Public Law 89-563 and 564.
It's all. It's
It's
all. Hold on, say that. Repeat that again. Repeat the public law one more time.
Public Law 89-563 and 564. One of them is the Federal Highway Safety Act or National Highway Safety Act. The other one is the Motor Vehicle Act.
And
The
that's
federal
is that the 9th September 1966? 66. Okay, just wanted to make sure.
1966, the same year as what? What was the other 1966 thing we seen?
Mm,
I'm trying to remember now. Something happened in 1966.
yeah.
Anyways, long story short, is a uniform guideline. And I mean, I read this whole thing. It's a little long, not really, but
Indeed. Peace, Mary. Go ahead, I yell.
it's long. Man, I'm just kind of scanning through it because I've read some interesting things here. Automated traffic enforcement. They're not allowed to use any federal funding to create or to let's see, a state may not expend funds apportioned to that state under this section to carry out a program to purchase, operate, or maintain an automated traffic enforcement system. So when you're traveling
Mm-hmm.
and the camera takes a picture of your license plate because you either went through the light while it was red or yellow or something, or you were going faster than the posted speed limit.
Okay, listening.
Okay. Pardon me.
Paragon Debo. He's on it. Bro is on it. If you guys aren't doing commerce, you're not someone who's subjected under the Secretary of Commerce or under the Secretary of Transportation. All righty. You guys shouldn't be thinking that the National Highway Safety Act pertains to you because it does not. That's why you need to go and check your statutes and see what does in the state mean and all these other different things. Like, what is it really? Happy Holy Degree, Brother Derek. Thank you. I learned so much about true peace and justice from our friends in law. Yep, indeed, Mary. Indeed. It's funny too, Mary, because look what we're going over, Mary. You see what's behind me? I'm going over the general statutes of Connecticut, right? Mary's one of our she's one of the friends in law loved ones who was and she shared openly. So if you go and check some of those friends in law classes, from just a few months back, Mary was like, hey, I worked for years for the Housing and Urban Development Department at, near the Connecticut State Republic, but they're operating and acting like the state of Connecticut. So we're going to go over some things. I just want to point out some things here, because funny because if I'm not mistaken, the being with the highest so-called salary near the Connecticut State Republic is the coach of UConn. Yeah, University of Connecticut is like everything is centered around that so-called college, so-called university. So Connecticut is kind of like New York's less attractive stepchild. However, when I actually traveled near that jurisdiction, what I enjoyed the few times that I was near the Connecticut State Republic was the fact that I could be, kicking it, can be domiced somewhere that's kind of reminding of like the hood. However, 15 minutes around the corner, you can get to like Long Beach or Short Beach. It's like, whoa. You know what I mean? It's like, that's pretty cool to kind of have the vibe, like, you know what I mean? Like the hood and the beaches around the corner. I was like, this is kind of chill though. You know what I mean? It's funny though, all the corner stores is ran by somebody who's Moorish Latin or someone who is quote unquote Middle Eastern. Every corner store. And where I was near one time I was near the Bridgeport Corporation for some time. Right. Some of the webisodes of Astrology Street it's evident for those that are from near the Connecticut State Republic. They know where I'm at. They know I was at, Fox Casino, doing recording. I think the Leo webisode is literally, most of the scenes are the Fox Casino. I think Cancer webisode is the is it the Long Island Sound? I'm not sure if that's where I was. It was near some beach, some shore, has a bunch of wampum shells everywhere. Like the freaking seashells are so abundant. It's ridiculous. So it's like, like there are portions near where the state of Connecticut Corporation occupies that particular portion of the land. It's really beautiful, actually. It's just that when it comes to their corporate operations pertaining to the state of Connecticut, they're like really kind of like the redheaded stepchild to the New York State Republic, just to say. She says awesome. Mary says awesome. And she also concurs that they're so corrupt, right? ARIL, Abram, peace and love, nobles from Brother Slim. Okay, yeah, indeed, beloved. Indeed, brother. All righty. So that's Brother Slim, who's ARIL, Abram. All righty. Mother Sahar says, true about the corner stores. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like they still have like the type of like bodega setups where people will sit there and you can, because guys know I'm vegan. So, however, those of you that are still like mouth breathing meat and cheese eaters, you can literally go and like, yeah, let me get a couple slices of that. Like it's a deli. And then they'll sit there and actually grill and make you a sandwich. Like back in the day, like it still got that hood vibe for real. Like they'll sit there and be like, people actually go in there like, yeah, let me get a sausage, egg, and cheese sandwich on wheat, like for like at the corner store. It's not a restaurant. It's literally like that's how it used to be back in the day near the Baltimore Corporation, for real. You know what I'm saying? Where you go to, get your little quick snacks and stuff. They had a little deli and you can sit there and get your stuff too. However, it still makes it like a food desert because there's nothing there that's really nutritious. Honestly, it is what it is. Consuelo says, Islam, peace and love, Moors. Indeed. Happy Holy Degree to you all. So let's get started. I already shared out to the Telegram, the Lawful Living. Let's do this. Let's get started. All right. So I know Brother R is handling this B.A.R. I'm not even knocking it. Let me just go and screen share and do our invocation and do the 2 letters to be read in every meeting. I know we've been like monologuing for quite some time, dialoguing for quite some time. However, let's get to the brass of it all, so to speak. So let me go and share the screen here. Start the broadcast on the screen share. Right. And taking a look here, guys, we are here in the Moorish Holy Temple of Science Administrative Functions book. Guys, I'm pretty sure you can ask Mother Rosa Mariah for it because I think she actually removed it from the website. I think if you can send an email to her, she'll still provide it for you. All righty. So let's get it going. And you guys see we're on pages for this particular book, 48 and 49. 49 is where our authority is, guys. You know what I mean? Some things that I've already did classes on. You guys go to 7healstar.com. Check out some of those classes that I had. You see what I'm saying? Ask for them. You won't be disappointed. You guys already know when I let you into one of our drives where we have archived classes, there's no limitation to it. I don't just have you in there for a year and then you don't have access anymore, right? Because when it comes to Prophet Noble Drew Ali, we have a charge. Sincere Moorish Americans have a charge. In order to change the people, you must change their literature. All righty. So, if you're going to go study it or not, you're going to let it sit. So it is what it is. All right. And we don't have to be like some people out there who just keep hitting your card and account and won't let you, no longer be a part of it, where you got to cancel your card. I remember when Malika was talking about a certain being out there that does that. You join this guy's classes and stuff, and he won't allow you to, gracefully bow out of taking the classes because he wants to keep hitting your card in your bank account, the so-called bank account, every month or something. So, scammers. So with that being said, guys, look here, standing handsomely in his Moor Sharif Fez and Abba, standing Dugard, is Prophet Noble Drew Ali, founder. All righty. When it comes to the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, doing religious corporate activity via affidavit and adopting as his corporate name, Moorish Science Temple of America. So the Moorish American prayer, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to stand and face directional east. You ain't got to go nowhere, Buffy. You can stay laying right there. That is, you want to stand up and face east. All righty. So I'm going to face directional east, which is symbolic, pertaining to metaphysically going within. And you guys can repeat after me either aloud or in your heart. I'm going to extend all 5 appendages on the left hand, just the index and middle on the right. All right. And I'm going to, stand accordingly, just like this. All right. I'm going to have my feet on a 45-degree angle, just like Prophet Noble Drew Ali. However, I'm going to face directional east for where I am. And you guys will repeat after me. Islam, Allah, the Father of the universe, Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation, by night and by day, through his holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Ameen, ameen, ameen. So let's go to the 2 letters to be read in every meeting. The first letter is on pages 84 and 85, if I'm not mistaken, pertaining to the Moorish Holy Temple of Science administrative functions, right? So on page 84, it says the following is a letter written by Prophet Noble Drew Ali on the 18th day of January, 1928, Anno Domini, right? Capital A period, capital D period is an abbreviation for Anno Domini. And for me, that's like the Dominion year or the year pertaining to Dominion. Some people say the year of our Lord, like whatever, Crusaders. He commanded that it be read before every meeting, right? You guys already know, Lord, when you are doing things metaphysically, it translates as something much more comprehensive. Moorish Science Temple of America, Home Office, 3603 Indiana Avenue. Noble Drew Ali, founder. Chicago, Illinois, January 18, 1929, to be proclaimed in every meeting. Dear brother, Islam, I am glad to know I have few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and the divine truth. There is a host of jealousy, quote unquote, about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claim it was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from what? The government officials, wonder who they are, and the nations of the earth, that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics, all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as an American citizen, not a U.S. citizen, not a United States citizen, not a United States national, not a U.S. national, as an American citizen. American, that means you're a member pertaining to the continent, not some freaking service corporation. They are working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so they themselves may take charge of the situation. I have notified these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that contribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. You will be a member again. You will be remembered. That is why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance, and I need it bad. Never before have I needed finance as badly as I do at present, that I may shove aside the discord that's facing the mothers. The reason I say mothers, because nations come from women's wombs, period. Not from some man's testicles. Because remember, what's in your testicles was given to you by your mother so you could mate with another mother. Get over yourselves. It all comes through jealousy because of my, quote, fame and nobility, end quote, period. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without the prophet, without me, the prophet being the head. It has been proven by my work in which I have performed in the last few months, because I was at the governor's inauguration as Lewis Lincoln Emerson. When you guys want to know which governor it was at that time, Lewis Lincoln Emerson, to represent the Moorish Divine and National Movement, and I will be at the inauguration of President Hoover for the same cause. And that inauguration took place on March 4th, 1928 at high noon, because that's when it always happened, about 13 degrees Pisces tropic. Noble Drew Ali. Peace and greetings to you and happy holy degree, Mother Janelle. And now we're going into the Moorish literature, which is also provided on rvbaypublications.com, pages 12 and 13. You see again handsomely standing in his Moorish Sharif's fez, his Abba, and standing due guard. Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Second letter to be read in every meeting is thus. Divine warning by the Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Prophet warns all Muslim governors ordered to read proclamation at each meeting. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical, agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. And the Anderson that also. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the laws laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways, by order of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. And so I'm just going to go right here, right? Let me just, boom. This is where we are, right? Because I just wanted to come to the first, before I got here, I was like, okay, let me just type in, let me Google Connecticut General Assembly, right? Just let me do that, right? A happy holy degree to you, Azatlan Elmore Bey, Islam Supreme Honors, our holy prophet Noble Drew Ali. Indeed, indeed. All righty, Connecticut General Assembly. So, I was just thumbing around and just trying to look for some things. And, I pressed on a few buttons and then I was like, right? What's interesting is look at the terms and definitions. I thought that was interesting, but I clicked on state register and manual to get here. So let's just go back. Let's look at the terms and definitions actually in impromptu improv fashion, because I didn't click on this earlier. So let me click on it. Legislative terms and definitions. Looky, looky, Astro Cookie. I like that. Way to go, you Connecticut General Assembly, because it's these definitions that actually define what Connecticut and those that actually are, Connecticut is the freaking governor. All righty. Remember, where the governor sits his butt, that's the seat pertaining to the state. So anytime the state is referred to, it's speaking about the head who sits ass in the state chair. Right? So these are their definitions defining how their statutes are going to be, utilized, right? So I'm curious, right? Let's see. I'm going to go to the I section. I know I could have just pressed I up there, but I didn't want to, right? I just kind of want to just and just kind of let you guys put your eyes on it or whatever. Let's see. Do they have in the state, or should I just go to state? No, there's no in the state, right? It's got in concurrence, right? So let's see if we can find state. Okay, I'm gonna go a little faster. Let's go down to S, right? Lots of R's there. Look at that. Lots of R's. Do they have state in here? Statute. Oh, they have statute, not state. State would be between starred for action and state. And statute. That's where state would be. Another name for a law. The statutes are the general statutes of Connecticut. Another name for law. It's actually not another name for law, actually, because we don't say that Moorish Americans are for nature's God and nature's statutes. We don't say that. We say nature's God and nature's law, right? Because statutes are being utilized for the purposes of admiralty, right, and maritime jurisdictions. They're not being utilized for equity in law. So statute does not mean law. However, now you see how these beings are thinking. You see what hypnosis they're under. So now, what is defining the actions? Because remember, as a man thinketh, so is he. So if someone's thinking, you're in the state under a statute, because in order to be under statute, you have to be someone contracted with an oath of office. And there should be an autographed certified statement saying that you're performing functions of public office, which is trade or business at the pleasure of the governor, which means you're acting under statute. However, they just think because you're in your Honda Civic going to go pick up grandma and you're doing 55 in the 54, they want to ask you for license and registration and step out of the car. You're carrying a weapon on you. I know a lot of you are. Like, what the? No. You can't do that. So since a lot of people are like, well, they don't want to listen to that. You can't argue down the side of the road. They're going to try to tase you or shoot you or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So we can't do that. That's why you need to be really, 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 really good at disciplining them, knowing who to complain to, knowing how to effectively sue. Complain on the municipal level, do the risk management, do a state tort claim. Don't stop there. Remember, we're dropping the world on them because they're making it next to impossible to run from this fight, which is a fight for your mind, a fight for you to be within their jurisdiction, because as they have on their gang uniform, their gang garments and their titty jewelry called a badge. And then they have, something to try to end your life. Stop it. Okay? Don't nobody want to hear you licking your paws. All righty? Just chill out, man. You're almost as loud as I am. So they have these gang garments. They have these gang garments and it's titty jewelry. And then they want to be like, pew, pew, I'm gonna shoot you if you don't listen to me. It's like, oh, okay, okay. So let's do what we need to do to sue them. This is where you need to be really good at. You want to enforce the Constitution? Great. Know how to sue. Yeah, I know they don't have so-called whatever. I mean, I know a suit that I'm working on now. Just got to finish the financial statement today. I'm going to complete it. At the end of the day, yeah, I'm asking for 10 times the minimum. However, what denomination do I want it in? I want it in pre-1964 minted dimes. Yeah, I want pre-19. That's what I want. You're going to give me, and I'm going to check every one. Okay, yes, that's a silver dime, and that's a silver dime, and that's a silver dime. That's a silver dime. Because an actual silver dime minted prior to 1964, you can get one of those for one Federal Reserve note. Now, it only takes about a couple cents to make a Federal Reserve note. However, we're talking silver here, and a silver dime can be anywhere. If you put it on a Troy scale, it can be anywhere, if I'm not mistaken, 0.7 to 0.8 ounces. Yeah, I know, right? 0.7 to 0.8 ounces, not grams. Talking about troy ounces here, which is the weight pertaining to a constitutional dollar. Right? So don't ask people for like, oh, I want $1 million. Okay, you ask for 1 million pre-1964 minted dimes. Your dimes should have a year on them that's within like the 1940s. And they sound differently too. Like when you jingle them, it sounds different. You can hear what silver coin sounds like. I'm so serious. All right. Connecticut statutes start out as acts. Yeah, all of them have, public acts, right, or whatever. Like we get it. They're all acting, right? So I just wanted to just look at this and show you guys, hey, this is what's on their so-called General Assembly. This is the introduction. Boom shakalaka, right? For near their so-called state capital, Hartford Corporation, Connecticut State Republic, right? And they're definitely doing some IRS tax stuff because there's a zip code, a zone improvement plan code, 061061562. Look at that. That's them letting you know, hey, we're under the IRS. So, yep. And then I was looking at, the state register and manual, kind of went there and saw the different things. A brief history of Connecticut state register and manual. Yay. Okay, cool. Great. And I just kind of went down here and it said table of contents. And I was like, this is interesting. I want to look at this. And I was like, let me see a few things here. And I was like, state government, legislative, let's do that. And they're trying to still bring it up legislative, right? Look. Legislative, executive, and administrative. How are you doing that's not there's no such thing as administrative, so executive branch is administrative. No. And then judicial. However, it says state in front of it. State is the adjective before the word government. So that means that they're actually acting like they're not all executive, because the governor is an executive branch officer. And as soon as you say state in front of it, you're saying that it's technically under the purview of the governor, even the judicial portion, which for me, you're not supposed to be mixing and blending different branches of government. That's not a separation of powers. See that? They're not even, that's not even constitutional behavior. Just like the statutes alone. Do you see this? I'm just saying. Okay, so anyway, with that being said, yeah, let's see what was state legislature. Okay, let's see. I just kind of thumbed through it. Let me see what this is. Right? You can, find some other legislative offices. Look at a few of these things. See what you can find. What is this? Oh, follow the paper trail, right? What's the Office of Fiscal Analysis? Oh, okay. That means they'll tell you what is what, who is who to contact. Looky, Astro Cookie. How about that? Who to contact? Oh, it's a whole bunch of them. Office of House of Clerk, State Capitol Police, Office of Information Technology Service, Commission on Women, Children, Seniors, Equity, and Opportunity. Oh, look, we can contact things. There's numbers. That's why I said we probably have a telephony portion to this field trip also. Just to ask a few questions. Right? Just to ask some questions. So, muy interesante, right? So with that being said, I just was looking at that. Like, I was like, okay, let's see what this is, right? See what's going on. So that's something you guys can look at for those of you near the Connecticut State Republic, right? Then, my interest, like I said, let's look at the counties, right? That's all I was really interested in. Let's look at the counties, right? However, local government is going to be something to look at too, because watch what happens when we go to look at counties. Because I wanted to figure out, you know what I mean? Okay, so let's see how the counties are organized and who are the county sheriffs. Connecticut State Register and Manual, Section 6, counties. State horse stable watchers, horse stable attendees. That's what a marshal is. Look at the etymology for marshal. You'll see it comes from the French marechal, one who watches horses. State marshals by county. Hey, looky. Looks like 8 of them. Fairfield County, Hartford County, New Haven County, New London County, Wyndham County, Litchfield County, Middlesex County, Tolland County, right? But wait, what in the figgity fook fuckers does it say for composition of counties? Can somebody read that for me, please? Am I actually reading this? Does it say there are no county seats in Connecticut? What? How are you a New England colony and you have no shire? So who can be the shiree? The sheriff, right? Okay. I'm just saying. I'm saying that's what it has to be or whatever, right? County government was abolished, effective October 1, 1960. Do y'all see? Am I the only one? Again, I didn't make this up. This isn't Photoshop. I didn't you know what? I got a presentation on near the Connecticut State Republic today. Let me go and, just fictitiously put together a website to try to make it. No. Portal.ct.gov. See, I ain't making that shit up. Y'all see this, right? Consuelo says this quote-unquote government is the Second Continental Congress, only because the first one adjourned and never reconvened. I don't know what you mean by which government, because there was since George Washington is people that are appointed trying to set up their own corporate means. They were aggrieved with how they were treated by our cousin King George, and so what they wanted to do is read. Why is my? I think your fur is probably bothering me. This is weird. Must be getting warmer. I gotta blow my nose. Daddy gotta blow his nose. Excuse me, y'all. Woo. Anywho, so I don't really know about that one. Once the Continental Congress adjourned sine die, everything else has been, rogatory. People have been rogues. You know what I mean? George Washington, it was a letter he sent to Sultan. It was like, yeah, man, I'm about to run off on you. Like, I know you're the plug, but I'm about to run off on you. I'm going to run off on the plug here. So that's what I get there, Anyhowser. So yeah, Consuelo. You gotta remember there were 8 before George Washington. And George Washington, oh my God, I gotta blow my nose. I don't want to keep like sniffling, because when I hear people sniffle all the time, I think they're cokeheads or some shit. And I know I don't participate in that type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, ugh, what is going on here? Right? So with that being said, right? With that being said, guys, oh, Exalted Cyclops, Islam, bro. So with that being said, guys, when it comes to, you know, what it is as far as so-called, you know, counties and things like that, peace and greetings, bro. Islam, bro, Terrell. Islam, bro. When it comes to, you know, beings comprehending that from my studies thus far, and you know, you don't have to, you know, accept what I say. When you're talking the Continental Congress, this is why we've been discussing being American citizens. If there is a Continental Congress, it would be what Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought forth.
Wow.
As a reminder, that's the Continental Congress. Anything that's U.S. which for us is unum sanctum, or United States of America, all that. It's, if this is what we got to get, what Prophet Noble Drew Ali brought, adopting for the Moor Science and Temple of, for the Moorish Holy Temple of Science, adopting as its corporate name Moor Science Temple of America. That is a restoration pertaining to our continental congressing activities, right? That's what it is for me, according to my studies. You may draw other conclusions. Cool. Draw them that way, right? That's fine. And I'm not knocking anyone here. That's not a bad question though. According to my studies, I don't know which one you were speaking about. Maybe you said something further here. I'm going bit by bit as far as what it's saying here. Mary says Connecticut dissolved county government. Yep. She says also, I'm gonna have to spit that one out. I feel like my puppy's pet hair or stuff or dander is just like they eliminated the sheriff. Look at that. That's what Mary says. Derek Blash Bay says 1960. Mary says there are no sheriffs. Look at that. And of course, Brother Corey says Islam to all. Consuela says, so this is the second quote unquote acting Continental Congress. I don't know. That might be a conclusion you want to draw. But the United States is not a U.S. forgive me, U.S. is not a continental thing. It's funny that you're saying that too, because here they're going to explain too what's recognized as states and what's only territories. And you guys are gonna, I mean, probably not gonna be mind blown if you guys actually know by observing the District of Columbia Act, you'll know that there are only 13 states. Everything else is just territories. Seriously. Territories that are calling themselves state of whatever, right? So anyhowser, looky, Astro Cookie. Fairfield County, constituted 1666. State marshals, Bridgeport. So I guess when I was near the Bridgeport Corporation, I was near a corporation that would be within Fairfield County. And because look, it says counties continue only as geographical subdivisions. So they're trying to be like, okay, so if we made a map of what we're calling this, however, guess what? Do you know what the actual geography would actually be pertaining to? Like, okay, you see where it says, let's read the bolds. The bolds is what's supposed to be within the county geographically. Bridgeport, Danbury, Fairfield, Monroe, New Fairfield, Norwalk, right? Ridgefield, Shelton, Stanford, Southport, Westport, right? All those geographically would be somewhere on paper within a file cabinet. So the geography would only be within the building. Seriously, within the building that I'm going to say is the so-called, because again, who is keeping these records? The Office of the Secretary of the State. Do you see what I'm saying here? Literally, the state of Connecticut is a piece of paper in the file cabinet somewhere. It is not outside of the building. Look, let's go back real quick. Let's just go back. We'll go back to the beginning. See where it says state capitol and it's showing you like that building or whatever. Let's go back. See that building right there? That building right there? That's some Moorish palace. All right, that people overtook. Right? And now it's calling it the state building. That's it. Wherever they're operating within that building, and they're not supposed to be there because they have overthrown those that are supposed to be. Guess who's supposed to be in there? Sincere Moorish Americans. That's your stuff. You think they built that building? Look at that architecture. How is that not a temple and mosque set up there? Are you kidding me? Come on. So Connecticut is only that building. However, they're utilizing the postal system with the addresses and the zone improvement plan code called zip code to make you think that you're a part of their 10 by 10 square mile government land and naval forces. And you're not. You guys really need to really comprehend this. This is not a fucking game. Like it really isn't. You know? I don't think that building was seeded. CEDED, brother Derek. I don't think it was seeded to them. If you look, most state buildings and city halls all kind of look like this in some way, shape, or form. They all kind of look like this picture. Seriously, they all do. Because we've been here doing this. And what they're doing, seeking to do, is utilize our energy that we set up to run their rogue operations. And the people keep funding their own enslavement because they are not comprehending what I and Brother Aura and my brothers share. They're not comprehending it. You need to comprehend it and comprehend it thoroughly. However, let me go back forward. Right? So I wanted to look at counties. However, look, it's telling me who I can contact. Giving me contact information for near the bridge. State Marshal for Bridgeport is Thomas Foldy. Must be good at origami. He's really good at folding, right? Thomas Foldy. Post office, I'm going to say post office box, but P.O. box 6004 with the zone improvement plan code 06606. Also, Heather L. Goulet, maybe Gullet. Her post office box and zip. Ernest A. Layden, post office box and zip. Sarah M. Layden. Now you're telling me that they're not related? Oh no, it just so happens that, you got shut the fuck up.
Straight up.
Because a lot of them people do be related. Conflict of interest right there. I didn't even, this is the beginning of that particular section. but they're definitely giving it up. How you can contact them right there already, right? Let's go back. Local government. I'm interested. Dates of town, city, and borough elections. Cities and boroughs in Connecticut with
Now they
date of
laughing.
incorporation. Huh.
He keep going like this. So he keep going like this. Watch him.
Look at this.
Jesus Christ. So apparently the policy enforcers might be showing up soon. However, yeah, so basically, you know, just to kind of brief real quick, you know, I guess they couldn't take the pressure when I was asking questions and started yelling at me. And then luckily the son-in-law came out, you know, with a much more cool-tempered spirit and you know, kind of just like defused the situation, which was good because I was calm the whole time. And then I was like, you know, but the guy ends up calling someone and yelling, and then that guy that he calls the police because he was yelling, saying stupid things. So so then I guess he talked to him again, and then he said he had called the police, and I'm like, yo, did you call the police without a crime being committed? Like, oh, I called the police because what he told me. It's like, oh no, everything's cool, everything's calm now. Oh, okay, well, when the police get there, then you it's like, bro, you weren't even here. Somebody called you and told you something, and you took it upon yourself to call the police. You have no firsthand knowledge.
Wow. Wow.
But
That is-
yeah, and then all of a sudden their camera out their front window is missing, and now they've never had a camera in the front window.
Interessante.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting, man. Huh? Handle it accordingly as it comes.
Oh yeah, I'm not even answer the door. I don't know. Door to speak to me. They can't even talk to me, bro. You already know how that goes.
Not in the state.
You feel me?
But the name of a barrel is.
I might give our watchers a show right now. Shoot, might show them how to handle these dudes.
Okay, if necessary. This is impromptu improv, so you know things just happen in an impromptu fashion. We'll just see how it goes.
So
Cities in Connecticut with date of incorporation, right? Oh, and it's interesting too. I just wanted to go here. I was talking about the borough elections, right? Like it's a hole in the ground, right? Where the name of the borough is other than the town in which it is located. The town location is given in parentheses. So the borough is Bantam, but the town is Litchfield. So boroughs are within, right? Located within the town. Okay. All right. Okay. Cities in connect I cut. Right? That always gets me. Connect I cut. They're cutting the 9. They're cutting the connection with the 9 because I is the 9th letter pertaining to the alphabet, which is the supreme law, which is I am that I am. So so now they want to connect the I cut. Okay, who cut it? Who cut the I connection? Okay, anyway. New Haven is a city within New Haven County. That was incorporated during the January session in 1784. New London is within New London County, January session 1784. Hartford, May session 1784. Middleton, Middlesex. So Middleton city Middleton is in the county Middlesex, right? And that was incorporated May session 1784, and so forth and so on, guys, as you can see this, right? So a lot of beings who were industrial workers who could not afford to domicile because they're under statute. They don't know this, what we know. They don't, a lot of people didn't know this. So since they were forced to comply a certain way, since they couldn't have domus near the New York State Republic, they would domus near Bridgeport, because to get from near the Bridgeport Corporation to near the New York Corporation was only literally like, I think 20 to 30 minutes. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mother Sahar and Mary. Correct me if I am wrong, right? Saying make sure to record when they show up. That shit's hilarious. With that being said, alrighty, in continuing, right? A lot of people that couldn't domus near the New York City Corporation would take, their domus, would have domus near the Bridgeport Corporation because it was, not too far from where they had to work. And then they would, they say Mother Sahar says correct, right? And that's funny. JM says a lot of UK city names in Connecticut. Yeah, of course, because remember, it's New England, right? Look, check it out. Check it out. All right. Let's go here now. Let's go back to the Register and Manual, right? The Connecticut State Register and Manual. Look what happens when I click United States Government, right? See where it says on the 5th option there, United States and Territories. Let's click that real quick, right? What does it say right here? First of all, look, I know I could scroll back up, right? Let me scroll back up here, because it's taking you through all that stuff, right? Where I started, like right here. See where it says UDOT, that's not government, executive, and judiciary members. It's going to, all 5 of those, oh, pardon me, 1, 2, 3, yeah, 5. All 5 of those are actually here, right? But it's showing you also the U.S. court serving Connecticut, right? And it gives you everyone's information. U.S. Court of Appeals, who the Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the Second Circuit, Sonia Sotomayor. Who's the Chief Judge? Deborah Ann Livingston. Who are the judges under them? Joseph, Jose, Susan, Yunes, Raymond, Stephen, William, Michael, Rosemary, Richard. Hey, you dick. Right, Richard. Senior judges, Guido, hey, some fucking ZD, hey, right? Guido, Denny, Dennis, Amalia, Pierre, Gerald, John, Barrington, Reina, Robert, right? Right? John, another dick, right? Richard, right? Hey, look who the clerk is, right? And it's good to know these things, right? Because near the Connecticut State Republic, those of you that are there, when these people violate you, these are the beings who you do a judicial complaint against, the judges and the clerk. Remember, the clerk is the one who seats the judges. A lot of times, these clerks who are idiots think that they're working for the so-called judges, and that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Mary says, I'm right on. Indeed. Right? Because Mary and Mother Sahar, they're near the Connecticut State Republic. Right? Or are very familiar with it. In Mary's case, right? So, yeah, guys, look, district court and stuff like that, right? Look at that, right? Public pretenders. Look who the chief pretender is. Hey, Terrence. He's a ward, right? Oh, look, locations and everything. Look. It's like this makes your whole mailing list and certificate of service pretty easy here. You can just kind of go copy and paste here, right? the unum sanctum, right? Magistrates, they full-time. They ain't no part-time magistrates, right? At Bridgeport. Not in? Looky. That's a at, not in. That's interesting. Woo, that is interesting, right? Recalled, right? Judge recalled. Somebody put a recall on Holly. It's like she was manufactured and she started like this. She started malfunctioning. They had to recall her or something. Law clerk Alyssa Esposito, right? So this is very interesting. These are the beings that you can do a judicial complaint against. You can just do it now. Oh, excuse me. How did they do whatever to you? No, well, they're doing it to people in general, so they need to be sued. They need to be a judicial complaint, right? So a judicial complaint, you will find, the judiciary discipline. So you would probably like Google something that says like Connecticut judiciary discipline, and then you would see what will pop up, I guess. Like say if I just randomly, we wanted to do, judicial discipline. So we do connect, cut, judicial discipline. You see how they're not trying to give me discipline automatically because they don't want people. I'm just thinking like, Connecticut Disciplinary Council. Look how easy that came up. Office of Chief Disciplinary Counsel, Connecticut Judicial Branch. Boom shakalaka. There we go. That's how you spank that ass. Just on that level. Still sue them though, on the federal level. Like when they're asking you, like some clerks like, oh, well, you got to give filing fees, and they're ignoring the financial statement to say, hey, we're exercising our first Bill of Right, our first and fourth Bill of Right. And nowhere in the Constitution does it speak about administrative fees. It doesn't speak about administrative fees and financial statements in the Constitution. We're just going to exercise our constitutional right. Now, are you saying that justice is for sale? Is justice for sale? If that's the case, okay, all right, let's see how corrupt this is. Not trying to give anybody any remedy, right? However, this is where you would make that complaint, right? Staff of Chief Disciplinary Counsel's office, it's attorneys. Do you fucking see this? Would you get a fair shake? That's the question. And their only staff is Tracy, who's the secretary. Pardon me, administrative assistant. Right, but look, they're not hiding their information. It's like, oh, ain't nobody gonna sue us. Yeah, they are. Yeah. People are gonna start suing. Right? So yeah, that's how you guys can start getting, different things. See Homeland Security, their little departments for Homeland Security, but near the Connecticut State Republic. So they have field offices, right? So the field office director is Nieves Cardinale, right? Cool. All right, great. Right? Oh, Coast Guard, cool. Call them there. Right? Who you want to speak to? Who you want to speak to? William. Hey, William. Who's located there. I mean, it's near the Connecticut State Republic. I got to give it to them. They got it like, look, we ain't going to even have y'all waste y'all time. We got everything right here. I mean, those of you near the Connecticut State Republic, I would sue that ass, sue that ass, sue that ass, sue that ass, sue. Straight up. So at the end of the day, with that being said, JM says only 1% domus in NYC, everyone else in the outer boroughs. Yeah, of course, because it's much cheaper. Because since they're ignorant and don't know these things that we're going over, they will much rather spend the finances in gas or some type of commute as far as public transportation to get where they need to get, right? So with that being said, right, to move forward here, Pretty interesting. Justice Department, right? Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, right? And Explosives. Law enforcement. Ooh, they got a resident agent. So he was struck in the head. he's the struck in the head agent in charge. Oh, I'm in charge. No, it's hard out here for a pimp. I'm in charge. Like, stop. That tickles me. Drug Enforcement Administration Special Agent in charge. Oh, he's special. He's so special. He's so special. So special.
Speaking of special, bro. Speaking of special, that's federal statute I was going to bring up is with regards to special definitions.
Interessante.
For all the special beings.
All the special beings. They got a gold star sticker. Yeah.
They got a 20 CFR 422.402.
Gold star.
Gold star.
Hey, special. Officer Doofy report for duty, sir.
Looking ass. All right. U.S. Attorney for District of Connecticut. U.S. Attorney. Leonard C. Boyle. All righty, cool. Chief Criminal Division. Sarah P. Carwan. All right, look at this. They're giving it up. Look, the Unum Sanctum horse stable attendants, right? U.S. Marshal. Lawrence J. Bodnick. I'm Bob Nick. Okay, so he's bobbing and nicking. All righty. U.S. Courthouse. That's where he is. Okay, cool. Got you. Hey, they're not hiding it. That's all I'm saying. Like I hear Brother Taj.
They're not even hiding it. They'll put it right in your face. But you already know they're expecting you not to read.
I'm just saying. So that's why we're reading. All right. Look, agriculture. Hey, right? Because everybody's being those that aren't actual agents and being held to be, forced under statute. It's all under the Department of Agriculture. See that? See how you're being treated like chattel property? Right? Air Force, right? Connecticut Air National Guard. Hey, Department of Commerce. You're not doing so. Man, I think this one I want to call. I think I want to call Department of Commerce. But look, they're near the New York State Republic. So the office is near the New York State Republic for Connect iCut. Looky, Astro Cookie. That is interesting. Export Assistance Center, National Oceanic and Atmosphere Administration. Right, okay. All right, I got you. Economic Development Administration. Okay. Right, Connecticut Humanities Council Incorporated. What? Get out of here. Environmental Protection Agency. Hey, EPA. 5 Post Office Square. That's so revealing. It's so unveiling. They're letting you know right there, man. Federal property. Federal Communications Commissions. That's the FCC. That's what you complain to when people are trying to communicate to you with harassing things. FDIC, Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Look, man, they got a whole list for you guys. You're the Connecticut State Republic in terms of what's going on. You guys are spoiled. It's like, oh, this is so easy. So easy to find who to sue and who to talk to. Right? Federal Energy, Federal Mediation, Public Pretender. Is it Federal Reserve System? I like Puss in Boots. Just saying, guys, like, what in the entire Phuket, Thailand? Right? Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. Look at what they're giving you guys. Do you see this? Then they're giving you the one for near the New York State Republic too. We should call them and say, hey, is it illegal for me to have Federal Reserve notes if I'm not a Federal Reserve? Okay, I can't. I gotta do it. I gotta fucking do it. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. I gotta do it. That one felt really strong. I want to call there. I so want to call there. Right?
It's another telephony field trip. Yeah.
Salute to fucking Moan, man. I am emailing this link to 100 of my favorite state of Connecticut defendants in my 42 USC 1983 claim shared on Facebook. Indeed, Mary. Right? I want to make this phone call. So this is how I do it. Na, 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 na. This is what I'm doing, right?
Exposing federal agents.
That's
Exposing federal agents.
That's what
This is how we do it. It's a holy day, and we feeling great, and we about to do a telephony field trip. So Brother Hasan go with intuition, and he about to make a phone call to the Federal Reserve System. It's gonna be in Boston or New York. It feels so good in my hood to be a Moor. All right, I'm done.
That's hilarious, right, man? All right, let's see. What do we have here? Let's call. Let's see what happens here. I just want to ask.
You have reached the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Listen carefully as our menu options have changed.
Okay.
False claims. The Federal Reserve Bank maintains secret and trust accounts for individuals. There are a number of frauds and scams telling individuals they may access funds at or through the Federal Reserve Bank. One of these scams claims that the government funded secret accounts for individuals when they were born. It claims that those accounts are held at the Federal Reserve Bank and that individuals can access those funds to pay bills and debts. This is not true. Federal Reserve Banks do not maintain accounts for individuals. If you have used or tried to use one of these fictitious accounts to pay your bills, there may be serious repercussions. For further information, press pound.
Y'all heard that? That was interesting. They just basically shut down the secure party creditors.
A variety of information is on our website at www.newyorkfed.org. The following options will direct your call to frequently accessed services. For information about Treasury bills, notes, bonds, and United States savings bonds, press 1. If you have received an email or telephone call about a grant or account with the Federal Reserve, press 2. If you suspect that you have been the victim of a scam or fraud, press 3. If you are a central bank, monetary authority, international organization, or an official sector institution with an inquiry regarding your New York Fed account, press 4. For human resources or employee verification, press 5. Foreign exchange and interest rate, press 6. New York Fed statistical data, press 7. Banking services, press 8. For vendor information, press 9. If you know the department name, extension, or full name of the person you are trying to, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York does not maintain accounts or funds on deposit for individuals or non-financial institutions, nor does it participate in any federal grant program. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York will never send an email or call you asking for personal information. If you are contacted by email or phone claiming that you have funds on deposit with the Federal Reserve Bank of New York or have information regarding a fraud, please email us at report.fraud@ny.frb.org. If you do not have internet access, please contact our hotline at 1-877-523-7269. To return to the main menu, press 7. To repeat, press 8. A variety of information is on our website at www.newyorkfed.org. The following options will direct your call to frequently accessed services. For information about Treasury bills, who would you like to reach?
Legal.
Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Smith.
Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Johnson.
There are 3 matching names. Jack Bag at extension 12127208872. Is that correct?
Yes.
Transferring to Jack Bag at extension 12127208872. Wait while I transfer your call. Sorry, Jack Bag is not available. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Let's try again. Let's try near the Boston Corporation. Did you guys hear that? I want to. Let's do the one we just did just one more time. Did you hear how they shut down the secure party credit and stuff, the Treasury Direct stuff? I'm gonna get this closer because it was a different recording, and I thought that was pretty freaking interesting. I thought that was funny. It was supremely funny, right? So let's call them one more again. You guys listen closely to this. That was hilarious.
You have reached the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Listen carefully as our menu options have changed. False claims that Federal Reserve banks maintain secret and trust accounts for individuals. There are a number of frauds or scams telling individuals they may access funds at or through the Federal Reserve Bank. One of these scams claims that the government funded secret accounts for individuals when they were born. It claims that those accounts are held at the Federal Reserve Bank and individuals can access those funds to pay bills and debts. This is not true. Federal Reserve banks do not maintain accounts for individuals. If you have used or tried to use one of these fictitious accounts to pay your bills, there may be serious repercussions. For further information, press pound. False claims that Federal Reserve banks maintain secret or trust accounts for individuals. There are a number of frauds or scams telling individuals they may access funds at or through the Federal Reserve Bank. One of these scams claims that the government funded secret accounts for individuals when they were born. It claims that those accounts are held at the Federal Reserve Bank. Then individuals may access those funds to pay bills and debt. This is not true. Federal Reserve banks do not maintain accounts for individuals. Any payment requests, electronic debits, or checks attempting to access such fictitious accounts will be rejected or returned. The rejection or return may take some time, so even if the creditor has applied a credit to one of your bills or a merchant has accepted your form of payment, you should expect that payment to be reversed once the Federal Reserve banks reject or return the payment request. As a result, you could be assessed penalties by your bank or the company you are attempting to pay on top of the original amount owed. Do not fall victim to one of these scams and do not participate in them. Individuals who participate in this could face criminal charges. For that reason, the Federal Reserve banks have been cooperating with law enforcement in the investigation into these schemes. To report instances of fraud relating to these schemes, please email rtn.fraud@ny.frb.org. False claims that Federal Reserve banks maintain secret or trust accounts for individuals. There are a number of frauds or scams telling individuals they may access funds at or through the Federal Reserve.
Okay, so let's try near. But y'all heard that, right? I played it twice. Y'all heard that. Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, so let's go 617-973-3000. Boom shakalaka. Let's see what happens here. It might be the same general introduction.
Thank you for calling the Federal Reserve Bank of Boston. For information regarding the Main Street Lending Program, please visit our website at bostonfed.org/MSLP for program details. Inquiries and questions can be sent to our email at mslp@bos.frb.org. Normal business hours are Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., excluding federal holidays. The following options are available. If you know the person's name you are calling, press 1. For information on savings bonds or Treasury Direct, press 2. For a list of bank departments or directions, press 3. To be connected to the Federal Reserve Police for law enforcement matters, press 4. For additional information, visit our website at www.bostonfed.org. To repeat this menu, press 6. Who would you like to reach?
Smith.
Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Johnson.
Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Jackson.
Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Gaspoletti.
Say your name. Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Giamo.
Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Branganambanamana.
Sorry, no matching name found.
Trying
Who would
here,
you like
guys.
to reach?
Efron.
Sorry, no matching name found. Who would you like to reach?
Bernie.
Great is at extension 16179733475. Is that correct?
Yes.
Transferring to Great is at extension 16179733475. Wait while I transfer your call. Sorry, Great is not available. Record your message at
Can I just ask somebody, hey, would I be breaking the law if I have Federal Reserve notes in my hand? Just wondering. You know, that's all I was asking, right? Anywho, let's see what you guys said in chat during that wait for me to call these beings, right? Somebody said Jones. No, right? It's kind of just somebody's like Miller, Cross. I can try those. That's not bad at all. Let me see what I missed in the chat, what you guys are saying here. JL says, Islam, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Indeed. Happy Holy Degree. Mary says, you keep me laughing through the tears while providing the resources to learn how to beat the bar. Yes, indeed. That's, yeah, guys. That's one of the groups and one of the classes you can take there at, within the Lawful Living community, right, at the Jurisprudence Gym. Beat the bar. Beat the bar in Pigpen and private ministerial action is, yeah, just those things that just keep these people away from you. Wait, there's no Agent Smith? I know, right? That's why I did it the first time, Jadon. Like, you know what I mean? That's a long extension. They were some long extensions. I think they were giving the freaking telephone numbers or whatever, which is funny because if we record the telephone numbers as they're giving the extensions, we can record them and then just call them directly and bypass that. You know what I mean? That's what I was thinking. I was like, I'm not about to sit here and write that down. Plus, it's recorded. They can just go back and listen to this part of the video and call those people directly, right? Do the notes and treasury bond option. Okay, I'll do that. I'll call again. They are adept in keeping you from talking to quote unquote person. What'd you say, bro?
I did. Was that the Federal Reserve you called?
Yes,
I called them. I swear I called them just a few days ago and asked them for a copy of the application for notes, and they directed me to the Treasury. And because I straight up told them, I'm with the 7 Hill Star Astrology firm, and we do research on federal, state, municipal laws and stuff, and we were studying Title 12 and looking at Section 411 and 412, and we see this application for notes here, and we were just wondering if we could get a copy of that so that we could further our research, and a lot of our project or whatnot. And they don't have no information. They directed me because they're just a call center that answers the phone for them, and they only deal with, like, I guess, like if you're making complaints against a bank or stuff like that, but they don't have those forms. And then when I started calling banks to ask them if they had the form, the banks were like, they have to check and call back when their branch manager is there, and they have to check because some of their forms are for internal use only. So
Islam, bro. Okay, Islam. I'm listening to you, and I'm looking in the chat too. JM was like Vargas. It's all about the different, because it's like cool. She like to tell. It's like, okay, since it's a voice activated thing, let's just say sounds and see if they'll respond. And they did. You know what I'm saying? Okay, that's 3 is a charm, right?
Islam.
3 is a charm. So let's go back. New York State Republic might just be gritty as fuck. Let's do the New York State Republic one more time. Right? And I'll use some of you guys' suggestions. Matter of fact,
ask them if the attorney who indicted Donald Trump has any authority.
Say it again.
Ask him if the attorney who just indicted Donald Trump has any authority.
Got you.
There are a number of frauds and scams telling individuals they may act.
No more frauds and scams. That's how they sound in New York State Republic. Sean, go get the core type of.
Ivan J. Hurwitz is head of bank applications.
Okay. Near what corporate jurisdiction?
This is the New York Federal Reserve Bank. I just went to their website for contacts. The New York State Republic.
Ivan J. What?
What was that? Ivan J. Hurwitz.
Hurwitz. Okay. Let's see. Let's do our thing here.
A variety of information is on our website at www.newyorkfed.org. The following options will direct your call to frequently accessed services. For information about Treasury Bill, notes, to hear these options again, press 1. If you wish to speak to the Central Bank and International Account Services Department at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, serves central banks, monetary authorities, international organizations, and other official sector institutional account holders. Our business hours are Monday through Friday, 8:38. To return to the main menu, press 7. To repeat, a variety of information is on our website at www.newyorkfed.org. The following options will direct your call to frequently accessed services. For information about Treasury Bill, notes, bonds, and United States savings bonds, press 1.
Okay. I'll press 1.
For savings bond information, press 1. For Treasury securities information, press 2. To return to the main menu, press 7.
Okay, let's do 2. Let's see.
The number for Treasury retail security is 1-844-284-2676. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York no longer handles savings bonds or Treasury securities. Please call 1-844-284-2676. Goodbye.
Goodbye. 1176? You say 1176? Where's the shot? And then I'll do Hurlich. You said Hurlich or Hurwitz?
Hurwitz, Hurwitz.
That's not Jewish. But anyway, I'm kidding. It sounds so Ashkenazi. All right, I'm not getting a ring
Or
here.
wait, so let's see. Scott Smentek is division head, financial and market conditions.
I said. All right, okay. Let's try them one more time. All right. 212-725,000.
Calling the Federal Reserve System like, trying to ask some questions like,
Are you trying to call the Federal Reserve System, huh?
Are we trying to see?
Bank of New York.
No.
Listen carefully as the menu options have changed. False claim. The Federal Reserve Bank maintains secret and trust accounts for individuals.
Can we get past this?
There are a number of frauds scams telling individuals they may access funds at or through the Federal Reserve Bank. False claims that Federal Reserve Bank maintains secret or trust accounts for individuals. There are a number of
we gotta
frauds
listen to her.
scams telling individuals they may access funds at or through the Federal Reserve Bank.
One of these
claims that the government funded
Jesus.
secret accounts for individuals when they were born.
That accent's
It
hilarious.
claims that those accounts are held at the Federal Reserve Bank. Then individuals may access those funds to pay bills and debt. This is not true. Federal Reserve Banks do not maintain accounts for individuals. Any payment requests, electronic debits, or checks attempting to access such fictitious accounts will be rejected or returned. The rejection or return may take some time. So even if a creditor has applied a credit to one of your bills, or a merchant has accepted your form of payment, you should expect that payment to be reversed once the Federal Reserve Banks reject or return the payment request. As a result, you could be assessed penalties by your bank or the company you were attempting to pay on top of the original amount owed. Do not fall victim to one of these scams and do not participate in them. Individuals who participate in them could face criminal charges. For that reason, the Federal Reserve Banks have been cooperating with law enforcement in the investigation into these.
How do we get out of that?
To report instances of fraud relating to these schemes, please email rtn fraud@ny.frb.org.
We heard that so many times. How do we get back to the beginning? She was going to repeat herself again. I remember the number by heart now, and I doubt it so much. 212-725,000. All right, let's see what happens here.
You have reached
Jones.
the Reserve Bank of New York.
Vargas.
Listen carefully. Menu options have changed.
Miller.
Reserve Bank maintains secret and trust accounts for individuals.
No.
Information is on our website at www.newyork.
Oh, it went short that time because I said no.
The following options will direct your calls to frequently accessed
Look at that.
services. For information about Treasury bills, notes, bonds, and United States savings bonds, press 1. If you have received an email or telephone call about a grant or account with the Federal Reserve, press 2. If you suspect that you have been the victim of a scam or fraud, press 3.
I already pressed 3.
If you are a central bank, monetary authority, international organization, or an official sector institution with an inquiry regarding your New York Fed account, press 4. For human resources or employee verification, press 5. Foreign exchange and interest rates, press 6. New York Fed statistical data, press 7. Banking services, press 8. For vendor information, press 9. If you know the department name, extension, or full name of the person you are trying to reach, press 0. Who would you like to reach?
Ivan J. Hurwitz.
Ivan Hurwitz. At extension 12127205885. Is that correct?
Yes.
Transferring to Ivan Hurwitz. At extension 12127205885. Wait while I transfer your call. Hi, this is Ivan Hurwitz at the Federal Reserve. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as possible. If this is urgent, please call our receptionist desk at 212-720-8842. Thanks. Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hey, Ivan, long time no hear. It's Hasan. When you get a chance, give me a call. I have a couple of questions. Want to make sure I have the right concepts here. I want you to pour in your wisdom as I cut open my brain here so I can hear what you say. The number is 443-376-8764 near the Maryland State Republic. Again, 443-376-8764. You have a delightful day, Ivan. 8842 is the receptionist. Let's see, 212-720-8842. Right. It's not hard to learn these people's systems. All it takes is a couple of calls. And his was 5885. To get directly to Ivan, his extension is 5885. So you can see it's 212-720 is the beginning of the number.
You have reached the bank applications function. We are unavailable to take your call at the moment. Please leave a detailed message and some.
Womp womp. Okay, so they must got like an answering service or some shit. Look how many times I've called it. It actually says Federal Reserve Bank of New York on my Google Voice here. That's hilarious. All right, so let's move forward, right? Boom. This is where Mary said that she used to work for Housing and Urban Development. Right? UDOT Department of Housing and Urban Development, right? Harvard field office, right? Mary said she was there for, what do you say, Mary, if you're still here, like 20 years or something, and these beings were not administering the, because in order to evict people or to do a forced entry and detainer, it has to be under Title 42 United States Code 1437 DK. And there must be a due process hearing. You can't just make people homeless and put them on the streets. They're actually supposed to fund beings. However, if you're domiciled, and let's say, you have what you thought was some type of, agreement termed a lease where you lay your head, when actually you find out it's a maintenance agreement and you're a maintenance man or woman, you know what I mean? Thinking you have, a so-called apartment or house to just lay your head and relax, and you study it and you realize, hey, this is a maintenance agreement, right? And then you no longer deal with it, and then people try to put you out of that spot. And that's how you go and utilize HUD. Like, was they supposed to regulate this under HUD? And when HUD goes, no, this isn't HUD's jurisdiction. And it's like, you guys can't do a forced entry and detainer unless you're breaking that's why I said you got to be really good at suing people, guys. Right? And sue people ahead of time before shit goes down. Like, seriously, right? So, it would be very interesting. Like, could we call Susan? Hold on, who do we got here? Hartford. There's a telephone. There's the fax. There's the field director. Susan
Piacentini.
Interesting. Let's see if we can speak to Susan. Okay, let's see. What are you guys saying in the chat, right? Mother Janelle says, can you ask for customer service? Yeah, I hit 0, and that's what got me to the directory. It says NYC attorney is AG Attorney General is Tish James. And that's what you put there, JM. Consuelo says, damn, why is it so hard to reach a live being with these persons? How can they even do that? There's such a thing as House Resolution 192. Mary says, I worked at Housing Authority of the city. You did say Torrington in those classes, Mary. You're correct. And you said it was for 6.5 years. It is a HUD Public Housing Authority, but I was not a HUD employee. Okay, cool. So are you familiar with Susan Piacentini, or is she someone new, Mary? I am suing Susan. Suzanne, pardon me. This is Mary. Hey, yo. Mary just said, I am suing Suzanne Piacentini. Hey, yo, let's call Suzanne. Let's see. This isn't like crank yankers, right? Or jerky boys. We're not just prank calling. We're seriously calling these people and asking. That's why I want us to get on the phone with somebody so you guys can actually see that I'm not playing here. I'm really not playing. I am not playing, not one fucking bit. Please don't get it fucking twisted. I am not playing. 240, 4313. Right? What do we got here? Ring ding dong. where's the ring? It's not doing the where's that at? You know? Oh, come on. Make the call. Let's try again. Let's see. Make sure I'm doing the right one. 8, right? 860-240, 4800. Make sure I dialed the right one. Oh, what? Did you just say Google Voice can't make calls right now? Stop it. Stop it. All right, let's do this. 6024 04800. Okay. Need to hit 0, not 8. 860-240, 4800. Right? It's funny because 24 is half of 48. All right, let's go. Let's see what we got here. There we go. There I go.
Hello. Thank you for calling the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. You have reached the Hartford, Connecticut field office. For assistance in another language, please press 1 now to leave a voice message. We will return your call with language assistance. If you know the name or extension of the party you are calling, please press 8 now. To mail a letter to, if you know your party's extension, please press 1. For the dial by name directory, please press 2.
2.
To find the employee's extension, please spell the last name by using the keys on your telephone.
Okay. PIACINTINI.
Subscriber ID not valid.
To find the employee's extension, please spell the last name by using the keys on your telephone.
What? PIA, right? Which is 742.
Press 1 to select Suzanne Piacentini.
Ah, that's all I had to
2
do.
to select please wait.
Piacentini. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for calling the HUD office. You have reached the voicemail for Suzanne Piacentini. I am currently unavailable. If you need immediate assistance, please hang up and dial Carmen Rodriguez at 860-240-9700 or Stella Sparopoulos at 860-9725 or Mark Boucher at 860-240-4818. Otherwise, please leave a message. I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you and have a good day.
Hey, Suzanne, it's Hasan. Long time no hear. We get a chance, please give me a call, 443-376-8764. Have some questions here, actually, and I want to make sure that I am actually sharing this information appropriately about the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I'm sitting here reading Title 42, United States Code, 1437 DK, pertaining to federal entry, forcible entry and detainers. and was looking at the due process, as far as the hearings for HUD. So I wanted to cut open my mind here and have you pour in your wisdom. So again, give me a call, 443-376-8764. Again, it's Hasan. Right. So I know they're like, oh my God, I mean, how's that sign? He's so friendly. Let me just call him back. That's usually the sign. It's all psychology. And
why are we harassing Marsha today, bros?
No, first we called the Federal Reserve. You got to hear that part. Did you hear that part for the Federal Reserve? Yes or no?
And Shawnee goes, fudge? She's hearing in the background. So you call Marsha fudge?
No, we called. Okay, so we're going over the Connect I Cut statutes, right? And I didn't get to certain portions yet, but man, you got to see something. Because Mary's in the chat too, and Mother Sahara, they're both near the Connecticut State Republic.
Okay, yeah. Department of Interior. Did we call them?
No, we didn't. It's like
because when I send notices, they're getting that shit. The Department of Interior is supposed to be on it. That's like a unsung hero right there.
Yeah, look, this is what we called first. We called these beings at the top first. Right?
I wish I still knew somebody that worked at the bank, because we had direct numbers to the Federal Reserve, not exterior numbers like this. We had internal, like we always got a rep. And I don't know what was the difference, because of course it's all the same bank, but it's not these numbers out here.
Well, let me show you what happens, because this is actually Connecticut's so-called little portal. So they got all the information like right here. This would make the whole certificate of service so easy, or whatever, or the CC list really easy, right, with the information. And it looks like how you put together, the things or whatever. Like if I zoom out, seeing all this. Look, Federal Trade Commission, Federal Communications Commission. Like
beautiful.
You see what I'm saying?
Beautiful.
Yeah, right. So as I'm scrolling down, I come across this. I was like, oh, I can't help myself. I got a call. You know what I mean? However, I think you're going to appreciate this. I'm going to call one more time, just so that you can hear this introduction, Malika. Like, I think you're going to laugh. Right? Listen to this.
You have reached the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Listen carefully as our menu options have changed. False claims. The Federal Reserve Bank maintains secret and trust accounts for individuals. There are a number of frauds or scams telling individuals they may access funds at or through the Federal Reserve Bank. One of these scams claims that the government funded secret accounts for individuals when they were born. It claims that those accounts are held at the Federal Reserve Bank and that individuals can access those funds to pay bills and debts. This is not true. Federal Reserve banks do not maintain accounts for individuals. If you have used or tried to use one of these fictitious accounts to pay your bills, there may be serious repercussions. For further information, press pound.
You heard that? You heard they just totally shut down the whole trust account shit?
A variety of information is on
like that is
maybe they had too many gurus hitting people up, having them trying to bust in the back door.
Miller.
There are 2 matching names.
Damn.
Melissa Liu. Transferring to Melissa Liu at extension 12127201557. Wait while I transfer your call.
So you hear they give the full number, which is the direct number. So that's how you can get it, Malika. We've just been randomly rouletting last names. However, Brother Sean found someone in charge of one particular portion.
Sorry, Melissa Liu is not available.
That's awesome.
Right? So, I mean, we're just telephony field tripping, right? However, so I'm just moving right along. And then when I came here, and because Mary's in the chat, I was like, oh, I can't help myself. Let's call Suzanne. And then Mary says she's suing Suzanne. Like she literally says she's suing Suzanne. Like she literally just said that. I said, Mary, do you know Suzanne? I haven't heard of Suzanne. And she says, I am suing Suzanne Piacentini et al. Hey, yo. Literally, I was like, wow. Mary says, yes, she is one of the top 100. Like it's a freaking billboard chart. Mary also says she knows me well since 2005 out of the Hartford HUD field office. Mary says HUD does not uphold or enforce the fair housing, ADA civil rights, or federal rules of procedure. Fraud, evictions, and home foreclosures are HUD and state of Connecticut middle name. Consuelo says they're on to you. Maybe. You're causing trouble. Maybe. I don't know. Causing money things.
You see his face trying to look innocent. You're causing trouble.
You know, I don't think I am. Because trouble is muddy thinking. I'm not trying to muddy anyone's thinking. I'm trying to, hey, you know what my intent was in calling the Federal Reserve, Malika? I'll tell you what my intent was. My intent is, hey, I was wondering, someone's trying to hand me Federal Reserve notes, and I don't want to break the law. Because it says here I must be a Federal Reserve agent that's making advances to the Federal Reserve through instrumentalities of the United States. Would I be breaking the law if I was caught in possession of any Federal Reserve notes? That's all I would ask. I don't think that's muddying the thinking as much as keeping people honest, right? Mary says, ask for Jennifer Gottlieb or Carmen Rodriguez. It said Rodriguez. Matter of fact, I can call back. That was 240-9700 was Rodriguez. I remember that extension. So let's do that. Let's see if we can find Rodriguez. Let's do 860-240-9700 for Rodriguez. Right? Okay. Try to call one more again. All right. 860, right? 860-240-9700. That's what I thought she said when we called Suzanne. Suzanne ran off a whole bunch of numbers. You can't reach me. You can reach my homies over here at this extension. You know what I'm saying? That's how Suzanne was. So anyhow, Department of Interior, what would we ask them? What's something to ask the Department of Interior, Malika? Because these are
Hi, this is Carmen. I'm sorry I'm not here to take your call. Please leave a detailed message and I'll get back to you.
That's Carmen. Carmen Rodriguez is the 9700 number, Mary. So of course got her voicemail just now, right? They all know, she said they all know my name and hate my guts since 2005. She's Trey songing it. I bet the agents know my name. my name. Because Mary's fucking them. You know, at least that's what she
Ring on the phone.
Hey, yo.
And they just keep ignoring that they started blocking me.
Yo, you're hilarious.
Calling on a phone.
Jadon said, this is how you know they're in error. It shouldn't be this hard to contact these agencies. Mary says she loves our style. Indeed, Mary. She says, hi, Malika. Right?
They're probably like, oh shit, Seven Hill Stars doing another telephony field trip. Don't answer the phone.
I know, right? Consuelo says, peace and love, Mother Malika. Mary says,
Hey.
is this the real Malika or the Malika L. Bey?
Oh my God. So a guy named Malik Bey put my picture up as his Cash App.
He's an asshole.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully it was just a glitch. Because it does happen sometimes. So
Yeah, I've seen
I
it
don't.
sometimes. Like you'll look at somebody's like, yo, hold on, why so and so picture on this? And then
Yeah, it happens on my website too. Sometimes it'll show up someone else's picture for someone's name briefly, but then it goes back to normal. But I appreciate my people looking out for me. It's really me. Ara, how's your landlord? Is he okay?
Hey, yo,
Man, I'm so out of it. My apologies. What'd you say, mother?
How's your landlord? Is he okay? Does he need a hug?
He needs a couple hugs.
I
Let me
wanted
tell
to
you.
Oh, okay. Because
So,
somebody on the call was feeling sorry for him. I just want you to know. So I
oh,
just
really?
wanted to know if
Oh, yeah.
he's okay.
No, don't feel sorry for him. He's grimy. So right now, okay, so yesterday I left the house for 25 minutes, 30 at the most. And this was around 7:30, right? Made it back home around, it was almost 8 when I got back home. All of a sudden there's something on my door. At 7 p.m. There was two beings outside. One, a woman who's always smoking cigarettes. She's always outside, and her and her husband happened to do little maintenance work around the quote unquote premises, because we know it's not premises. They do like little maintenance where they have a little maintenance agreement, where they clean up or whatever.
Yeah, that
Right.
lease agreement.
Right. Everybody got that agreement, right? So long story short, she was the only one that seen me leave. And when I came back, there's a notice on my door at 7 some p.m. I go and ask them about it, and she immediately starts saying that been on the door since like 5 something. And she kept pressing that 5:30 time, 5:30.
11.
The interesting part is that the notice had absolutely no declaration of service filled out. Like the whole declaration of service was not filled out.
Yep.
It was completely blank. And then they put an attorney's law office name at the top of the paper on the second page, but they didn't put the attorney's name. And then
So no attorney on there.
So no attorney, just the attorney firm name, and it says attorneys for, and then the DBA, but it doesn't say the name. It just says the name of the business. It's a professional LLC.
Yeah, a DBA, which means it doesn't have a board of directors.
Yeah, a DBA is just
so who could hire the attorney?
So the DBA is being used by the so-called landlord's sole proprietorship.
Yeah, well, a sole proprietorship can't hire an attorney.
Exactly.
And not just that, they haven't, because literally no attorney made
Nobody signed anything.
Document.
They just put the attorney firm name on there because that's supposed to scare you.
And then the document I sent him, he should know better. Like, bro, if you read that document that I sent you, you wouldn't.
English is not his first language, bro. You over here spitting facts. You over here spitting facts in English legalese. He can't read.
So check this out though. These people have a camera in their front window. Yesterday, it's gone today. It's not in the front anymore. They're trying to say that the only camera they have is in the back window. When I'm clear, they had a camera in the front, and I'm like, so if you guys didn't do it or you have nothing to do with it, show me that camera footage. We don't have our camera. We never had our camera in the front. And I'm like, bro, why are you yelling? And then so they got all the neighbors lying for them because they're all cool with each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So now they're trying to validate. Oh, she wouldn't do that. I said, you weren't there. So how do you know? Well, because she wouldn't do that. Nah, you wasn't there. You can't say what she'll do. And then their peoples live right across from them. He came and like, play peacemaker or whatever. But when I say, well,
I think these people sound like they related to some of my haters.
for sure.
They would never do that. They wouldn't never. No. Do you have firsthand knowledge? No.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I was like,
them.
you wasn't there. And then but check it out. The neighbor above them who don't fuck with them, there's somebody new that moved in. They got a camera too. And I talked to the woman before she left for work because I was up bright and early on my shit, seeing her come out with her son, approach her like, look here, somebody was messing with my door last night and your camera's pointing right at it. And I would like to, you know, check that out or whatever. We can work something out, you know. And she was like, more than what? Yeah, I got to get to this bus though, but I'll check it while I'm at work or when I come back at 5 or whatever. I get off at 5. So, and then look at this. It gets better because everybody start throwing out times. She was like 5:30, 5:30, 5:30. And I'm like, why is she pushing 5:30? What time does Constable close? They close at 5:15. I know it wasn't them. When I look at the document and then I looked up their attorney's office, they close at 5:30. She kept pressing that it was been there since 5:30.
Yes, of course. It was there from the time the office closed.
No, it wasn't. I'm telling you, I left the house and I locked the fucking door and my door is red on the outside and the paper's white and the tape that they used was blue. You don't think I'm going to see a blue tape on a red door? 4 big pieces of painter's masking tape?
Nah, man, you missed it. You overlooked it.
And but since I served, oh boy, when I wake up, I go to the front door, I open it, and I check it. Nothing for 8 days. And then the minute I leave
he
the
was
house,
trying to figure out what to do. You know, he had to renew his yearly whatever. He had to get right with his license and stuff.
And then, oh, check it out. So this is funny. So this dude starts yelling or whatever, right? And he's like, why don't you just call him and ask him? I'm like, bro, I texted him and I sent him email. He never wrote back. Like I texted him last night, like, yo, who's putting notices on my door at this time at night? I left the house for 20 minutes and came back and there's a notice on my door. Who's doing that? He doesn't even respond. So right now, this retard calls the fucking so-called landlord and starts yelling like, tell him that we don't have nothing to do with that. He's harassing me. So the dumbass landlord calls the police. So this fool calls the so-called landlord back and he tells him, you know, hey, everything's cool because he calmed his ass down, I guess, after he realized he was being an idiot. He calmed down and then he was like, you know, my apologies, but bro, I put that on everything on my dead dad. You know, we had nothing to do with that. I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, but the video is about to show you to be a liar. You're gonna fall on your sword.
But that's what I was saying. Why don't y'all have y'all video in front of your front window no more? Why is all of a sudden, and then she's denying that y'all ever had a thing? I've been over there before. I've knocked on your guys' door before and talked to you guys before and seen the camera in the window, and it was there yesterday. I should have took a picture of it, but I didn't expect all that to go down. So long story short, this guy,
I hope everybody taking notes, take pictures, take videos of everything.
Exactly. He called the landlord back and told him, you know, everything's cool, you know, nothing happened, you know what I mean? And because I guess when he calls him back, he says that he called the police. He's like, why'd you call the police? He's like, because you told me this and this and that. He's like, no, everything's good, everything's good. He's like, well, then when the police get there, then you tell them, you know, you tell them what's up. And I'm like, and then he told me don't say nothing while he was on the phone with him, but I was like, fuck that. I was like, hey, did you call the police without a crime being committed? And he's like, oh, I called the police because he told me, woo. And I was like, but you did that because that's hearsay.
Voices you put on.
Yo, right after that, he was like, who is this? Who is this? I'm like, did you call the police without a crime? He's like, who is this? I'm like, this is Brother Hasan Bey, all rights reserved. I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. And he got off the phone like immediately, bro. You know who I am. You have a document in your email stating that I'm Hasan Bey. You have a text message from me last night, and you're playing dumb, and I have you on the record recorded telling you that I've corrected my appellation and all of that. You already know all of that. But see, he refused the mail, and he thinks that he's gonna act like he never got service or something. I don't know what he thinks. He's gonna act like he never got served, but the email proves that he got it. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that he started changing all the fire extinguishers the next day and doing all that other stuff, that's proof that he knew. The fact that he renewed his sole proprietorship the day I served him, after I served him, that is evidence that he knew the whole time. And then I talked to some other neighbors, and they all say they got mold in their house, in their bathrooms or whatever.
Disgusting. Report him to the city.
Yeah, I mean,
Report
he's
him to
getting-
the city. He has an occupational license. He has to keep an occupational license with the city, which is his contract for the policy officers to even come to the property at all, because that's their contract. And if he doesn't honor that, by having mold in it, he's supposed to keep the place habitable.
I've been here for 3 years, and I think, was it the first year, baby, or the second year? Maybe within the first or second year, we told him about the so-called mold. We thought it was mold too, but it looks black. So when we told him,
That's
he had
black
this,
mold. That's what could kill you.
yeah, I know. Look, he got this. That's why I'm really gonna press him right now, like extra tough. But he sent this big old goofy motherfucker over here to come do whatever back then, because he hires people. Everybody he works with is under the table. You know, he doesn't report anything. So obviously, because he wasn't even supposed to be doing business in the state.
Wow. Can
this
everybody
idiot-
say slumlord? That's slumlord right there.
Super slumlord. And then when he did have someone come check it out in the first year, second year, I can't remember exactly what it was. This motherfucker spray painted over it, and it came back.
I just gotta cover it up.
Who is surprised? All it did was eat through the paint.
And then I called the see, the reason I had left it alone for a while, and I should have pursued it, is because I called the mold people or whatever. I sent them photos. They talking about, oh, just wipe it with some Clorox or some shit, and then telling me how expensive it is to just come do a test. Like basically telling me, you know,
We know how expensive it is. Yeah, but your life is priceless. So come
exactly.
and get this mold out of here.
Exactly. So what I'm about to do is I'm gonna send a notice to his so-called management and to himself about that he needs to address that immediately and relocate us and all of that while that shit gets fixed, because they gotta build a whole new bathroom.
Report him. Everybody needs to report him. The people who you spoke
Everybody
to
has
that
mold?
have mold,
Two
have
people
them
told me
send
they
you
did.
pictures and get a compilation and send the whole file. If it's 3, 4, 5 apartments, get all of the pictures, make a file and do a claim with the city. That's what I would do.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna bring that up. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna look into that. But he's getting a federal lawsuit though too.
Yeah, I would report in the HUD. I would report him to the city
Yeah,
about the
he's,
same thing. I would take the same evidence and report them.
if you operate any business in the state without all the required licensing, that's deceptive trade practices. He's in, there's like A through E or whatever. He's in violation of 4 of them joints because he didn't disclose that, he didn't give disclosure of certain things.
You know, that's what Keith mentioned yesterday about trustee malfeasance. I looked that up last night.
I looked it up too while when he said it.
Yeah, I read it. I pulled something up when he said it, and then I actually was researching it last night, and I found a real good article that I downloaded off of the Harvard Law website, JSTOR or whatever
Harvard Law Review?
it's called. But yeah, I'm gonna share that with you.
Have you looked at 20 CFR 422.402?
Isn't that in the employee benefits for the social?
Yeah, that's the special definitions where the source of the definition of you is.
Oh
at.
yeah, 402E.
Yeah, so they also got debt in there. Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Yep.
Well, we're kicking their ass left and
for this subpart. Yes.
I'm gonna tell you, the truth, we're kicking their ass left and right. You know what I mean? Like my power's still on, so you know what I mean. Like,
yeah,
what were they talking about? And that's since August. Since August.
Yes. Look, we have so October, many November, wins December. in that free utilities class.
Man, we kicking their ass, and then I mean, they're still talking stupid or whatever. You know what I mean?
They do. They look. Let me tell you what happened here. So they got their ass kicked, no payments for like 11 months. Then the person moved, and we told them we wanted to transfer the service, and they said okay.
Oh wow.
They said okay. The only problem was that the person moved outside of their service area. So even though they said okay, they sent a message back like 3 days later saying, oh, we're sorry, but we don't service that area, which they don't.
Okay.
So they had to get another service provider, but could start the same thing over again.
Well, the so-called landlords are putting it in the freaking lease agreements what company you're gonna go with or whatever for your
because they have a
utilities.
monopoly. The companies have a monopoly, which is the reason that they have to provide the service freely for the common people. That is the gift or the trade-off, if you will, of having the monopoly. And these corporations are trustees of the services that they're offering to the private people, but they only want to operate on the profit side, even though their license requires them to service both people. And that's why the trustee malfeasance comes up.
Yeah, it's very interesting. This guy told me that his window got busted out and that the landlord told him to put a cardboard in the window. He said,
Wow.
I hate that guy, but there's
The
still
landlord told him to do what when his window got busted out?
put a cardboard in it. A piece of cardboard.
Okay.
Yeah, and then they had a fucking like a plywood covering the window for like a couple of days until he replaced it. But I spoke to another woman that stays here, and she was like, you know, I told him about the mold. He comes and acts like he's gonna do something, and then he leaves and says he's gonna come back, and then he never comes back. And she says she about to go get a
And everybody is still paying their rent.
That's what I told her. She's like, I'm gonna keep paying it, but I'm like,
Aww.
yeah, but she works for the government. Literally, she works for one of the government agencies, so she has to pay rent. So,
Hey.
yeah, she actually really works for one of those agencies.
Anyone can hold the rent against their landlord. You can even open a case at the courthouse and pay your rent into the escrow if you're afraid that the landlord might kick you out if you do something like that.
I'm never scared.
You if you want to force the landlord to do something, you can use the court to escrow your rent and force the landlord to do whatever he's supposed to do. And imagine if half the building did that, he would be out of there as a so-called landlord. He would try to get rid of that property so freaking fast.
That's what he's about to do. I know he is. He's about to. I've been telling my baby he about to sell this joint, or something gonna happen to him, because I'm just saying, when people come at me and I'm operating in an honest, sincere spirit, they don't end up too well when they violate me. Like, I've seen it happen to a lot of people, and
that's so great. And I can appreciate that, because similar things have happened to other people I know, because they have a sincere heart. And when someone try to mess with them, like, they'll get fired, and then the business closed down within 6 months, 6 months, 12 months. It's like, it's a good thing you left before, because look, a whole company out of business.
Yeah, that's how I was telling Brother Hasan, like, if you don't, that's like, you know, a motherfucker trying to rob you in the gun jam, or a motherfucker trying to jump you and they don't even get a scratch on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, how y'all jump me, but y'all hurt yourself? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's happened to me, where someone has attacked me. One time I went to the school that the unconscious grandmother has my baby in a public school. One of my babies in a public school. I went up there because I found out that she gave somebody some type of power of attorney over my child, or some crazy shit, right? I found out that there's this document, right? So I went up to the school to go ask for it. And when I was up there, these people start acting weird, like they don't want to give me the document. I'm like, you got to, because I'm the father and I'm here and you don't have no choice. So they went in the back, started making calls, and like, oh, the grandmother said that you could just contact her and you could get the document from her. And I'm like, nah, I'm here right now. I need that. And next, you know, she pops up with her dude. And then I pull out the camera to start recording. He walks up and slaps the camera on my face and grabs my neck. So I grabbed him and we start tussling. And then, you know, I kind of, like, once we broke apart and we were squaring up, I did like this to him, but with an open hand, just to like check the distance. And I poked him in the eye. And his eye was like super red, and he got super mad and he couldn't do nothing about it. He left before the police came. When the police came, I'm handing him my national ID, like, yo, I want to press charges against this dude. He was like, if you fill out a statement, then we're going to give you a ticket for disturbing the peace. because I'm a Moor. He was mad. They was mad because even the documents that they had from the court had my appellation on it, because I checked their ass when I had first nationalized, and they tried some fuck shit one time, and I filed like 4 documents: a name correction, a constitutional law exercise, and some other shit. They dismissed that fucking case so fast. But I have the document, where I served them, my name correction and all that. So the school has that too. If I pick up my daughter, I show my national ID. I'm not showing no state ID. I don't work for the government. So, and they released her to me. There's no issues with that. When the police came, they had an issue because, they mad because I'm not in their system. But I'm telling them, I'm the fucking victim. Motherfucker, he broke my phone. He broke my phone and attacked me and left. I'm still here. And oh yeah, but if you fill this out, I'm like, y'all some bullshit. So I didn't even file no report. I wasn't really tripping.
That's your wisdom, guys. When people hear us, speak on these topics, you have those that are a part of the jurisprudence gym, and then sometimes people show up in the chat. They believe in the mercenaries. They believe in, well, they're just going to do this to you. And I normally don't read those comments, but they're there if you guys want to tolerate reading them. Because it's funny, because it lets me know, like, sometimes people, how people have all the smoke for you, but not have the smoke for those that are actually violating them.
Exactly.
And it's like,
exactly.
Oh, it's like, okay, are you saying whatever you're saying about armed mercenaries because you don't have the balls to learn how to sue appropriately? You would much rather, that's no different than when somebody's saying it don't even matter because they got their armed mercenaries to do their dirty work.
It sounds like you're scared. You sound like you're scary.
You're bend over, pause. But it sounds like you're,
and are they mercenaries? Is that what their job description says?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, that's why when we do what we do on these impromptu improvs, what we do with Malika and Sunny on Tuesdays and Thursdays, it is so that you guys can get out of your bitch ass state of mind. Period. I don't care who you are, how tough you've been in a joint before. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit, yo.
Yeah, because they'll up on their brother. In the corner on their brother.
I got my peoples. Now, I'm not cutting your wisdom, but my brother tatted on my arm right here going 65 for triple murder. You motherfuckers don't scare me. At the end of the day, what we saying is stop being a bitch and learn how to motherfucking sue these motherfuckers, yo.
That's what I told old boy when he was telling me, when he kept tagging me. Motherfucker kept tagging me and shit. I said, stop tagging me. He started getting sensitive, like, oh, then unfriend me. What? Because I don't want you to tag me?
Islam, and I ain't knocking nobody free speech, bro, to add to your wisdom. I'm just saying at the end of the day, y'all, instead of saying your beliefs about some armed mercenaries, yo, just say you don't know. That's what I be talking about, yo. People come across this information, and then, and that's the problem usually with males, because, males, sons have been indoctrinated to not show weakness. And for me, you're real strong when you say you don't know, but that's me. I can work with somebody like, shit, y'all, I just don't know. I comprehend this, but I don't comprehend that. But when somebody proud and got pride, that's most Moorish Americans, especially most Moorish Americans, they have a motherfucking issue with just saying they don't know. So I always, you guys know, I'm quite the being when it comes to finding the right words to say, so you don't feel like you're saying you're less than in the situation. If I don't know, fucks your pride up. Then just say, look, according to my studies thus far, this is how I comprehend it, but I'm open for correction.
So who are these people who believe in mercenaries, and what does it mean to believe in mercenaries?
Those people are called slaves. Oh. That's how I look at them.
Okay.
That's how I look at them. You know what I mean?
When you say believe in mercenaries, you mean like they're afraid of them? Or
yes. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm not saying like there aren't people that put on gang garments and titty metal that they call badges, right? And I'm serious. Yeah, titty metal. That's what it is.
It's gonna be a new rapper coming out with that name soon.
Titty metal. Yeah.
Little titty metal.
Little
Right.
titty metal.
Correct. I'm going to accost you. Yo, check out this #1 hit in the country right now. I'm going to accost you by Titty Metal. Drop that. You know what I mean? Like that's probably
I'm gonna accost you. I'm gonna bend you over and you're gonna take it. And you better not say Nathan.
and the pause button now. Like it's just like yo.
Oh man.
No, you good, bro. It's just like with that, I'm just saying, like, that's why we're here. That's why we, those that can really go to RV Bay Publications and be themselves. Most people that mention mercenaries and stuff like that, they don't have the confidence to do anything but try to find a better way to be a slave and get the bag. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And yes, we are talking about so-called evictions also, not just mold. However,
Right, exactly.
I can read people's spirit, and
I ain't even brought up the mold, as you see.
Say that again.
I didn't even really bring up the mold, as you can see. I straight up sent him a notice and told him I'm not no fucking resident, because I can read, and I can see that I'm not that.
Correct. However, yeah. So people, when they talk about, oh, I thought you was talking about this more serious type situation that I think you're going to lose. And these are the type people, again, they're bendovers to me. Again, pause, because it's like you have way more faith in losing than winning. So your God is failure. That's who you worship. You wake up and you say your prayers. You like, thank you, Lord Failure. Today, Lord Failure, I would like to go out here and fail tremendously, Lord Failure. And Lord Failure, if you could just allow, I and all the other failures to just fail successfully. That's what y'all do.
Dear Lord, thank you for giving me the strength to keep taking it.
And failures, we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Right. So with that being said, to be clear, all righty, back to where we are here, right? The United States and their territories. How did we get here? Right. And again, it's because I came to this part of the register of the Connecticut State Register and Manual, because I wanted to see what was it going to say in Section 9, right? What is it going to say in Section 9 when I clicked on the Connecticut State Register and Manual? Okay. So we already clicked counties, and let's show Malika. When we clicked on counties, oh shit, they got 8 counties. But hey, how are the counties composed, Malika? Can you and Sonny see that, or is something wrong? Do I need to go see an ophthalmologist? I know y'all wear glasses. So do I need to have 2 more sets of eyes too? Please, just let me know. Am I seeing this wrong? Is Malika still even here?
There are no county seats in Connecticut. The county government was abolished effective October 1, 1960. Jeez, that's 83 years ago.
Hold on, time out.
They've been abolished almost 3 times my age.
No, 60. It's 63.
63.
Oh, pardon me. Oh, yeah, because it's 40 plus 23. Pardon me.
It's all good.
Twice my age.
I'm just saying, like, what? The entire Phuket, Thailand. So we already went over that, guys, for those of you that's been here. So when I go back and hit the back button, I wanted to type on United States government. And I told you guys, let's look at United States and territories. United States and territories. Look what they have on their website. Look at this shit. Look. United States and territories. The 13 original states. Right? So these are the colonies of the people who were pissed and upset. And they like, look, man, we just going to be like, it's almost like they use the 13 colonies sound like 13 prisons to me. Because these are the people who were disgruntled. They didn't like our cousin King George ruling over them. So the reason why you have these colonies is because there was a bit of an agreement between, if I see it correctly, Morocco and Great Britain. There's some treaty relations there, so to speak. Treaty is kind of a word that is a double-edged sword for me, honestly, because some people can use treaty to cut your head off because it's a capitulation. And in that, capit is Latin, from the Latin caput, which is head. So a capitulation is cutting the head off, right? And usually people come to treaties so that there'll be no warring between one another. So United States and territories, right? The original 13 states. So what's this under here then? Oh, organization of territories and admission of states into the Union. Vermont, Kentucky, Tennessee, Ohio, Louisiana, Indiana, Mississippi, Illinois, Alabama, Maine, Missouri, Arkansas, Michigan, Florida, Texas, Iowa, Wisconsin, California, Minnesota, Oregon, Kansas, West Virginia, Nevada, Nebraska, Colorado, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Washington, Idaho, Wyoming, Utah, Oklahoma, New Mexico, Arizona, Alaska, Hawaii. So, you know what that tells me? Do you know what that tells me? That tells me that the only states that exist, that are states, are those colonies. Delaware, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Georgia, Connecticut, Massachusetts, Maryland, South Carolina, New Hampshire, Virginia, New York, North Carolina, Rhode Island. That's it. That's all. East coasting it.
But you see, it says organizations of territories. So still, even within each state, it's only the premises owned by the state, used for the business of the state, that is in the state.
That's what I was saying earlier about, you know, when he was talking about, let me show you. That's funny that you said that.
They're using the word territory right there. That's from Article 4.
That's what I was saying about this when it comes to counties. And they have supposedly 8 counties. However, there's no county.
Shit, it says it's abolished.
You see what I'm saying? So they're using it. Look at the
They did the same thing in Pennsylvania, by the way. I keep having to remind myself they don't have a county government. They made their cities a government, and then that's it.
Now watch. Counties continue only as
geographical subdivisions.
So what geo, earth, graph, picture. So what descended earth picture is in a undercutting subdivision, right? So now what I said was, okay, so within the document that's called Fairfield County, it's like, this is the title of a chapter of a book, and the subtitles are Bridgeport, Danbury, Fairfield, Monroe, New Fairfield, Norwalk, Ridgefield, Shelton, Southport, Stanford, Westport. So when you're talking geographical, that means it's happening inside what building? There's no counties, right? So that means it's happening here. This is where it's happening. That building right there. That's it. That's the state. That's the counties and the cities. And nowhere else. No, don't switch the picture. No, go back. Go back. Go back. Don't switch the picture. I want to there's a far. That's it. That's it. That's the state of Connecticut's where it's operating. And even that building is not theirs. That building is not theirs. That building is Moorish architecture, and someone overthrew who actually is supposed to be seated in there.
When was that building allegedly built?
I'm gonna go with, we need to research that. I'm gonna go with like 1600s-ish, if not prior, because I know
them people's pulled up to North America and just started walking in buildings talking about this the post office, this the courthouse.
Exactly.
They didn't build shit.
Nothing. Most places, especially on the East Coast,
you don't even see them build buildings like that no more. How come you don't see them build?
Yeah, these are Moorish castles. Even the city hall near the Baltimore City Corporation kind of looks like this.
It's like that giant palace that had like over 300 or 3,000 fountains with an elaborate water system, but they had no bathrooms.
Versailles.
Because it alluding that the beings that lived in that building or hanging out in that building, they don't eat. They don't need to eat or shit. Because why would you have Why would you have a palace with no bathrooms?
Because it's not a palace. If it was if we're living on a circuit board, for example, like what's inside a computer or inside of a
Simulation.
mouse or any kind of circuit board,
Mhm.
that's why it's going to be built like that without no bathrooms. But they don't want you to put two and two together and know that they found these buildings when they came on the land.
Correct.
And the way that the top is made, it harnesses energy. One could stay
Yep.
in their home and be energized from the way that they're harnessing the energy, and you probably wouldn't have to eat.
You see what I'm saying? So look at that. And then that's why I said, if you look at these different buildings, they all look the same. They just do. Because these are Moorish castles. Look, a parapet. Like, come on, man. What are we looking at here? That's amazing. What people think capital, oh, because it has that dome with the point that makes it the capital. No, you're dealing with overthrown Moors. Because it was a family feud, and those collecting the spoils of war are the Albion sons and daughters that were placed that way to be keepers of our Moorish culture. And if you're not being sincerely Moorish American, 9 times out of 10, that Moorish stuff don't work. And they got their mercenaries that do that. Go and sit your non-successful ass over there with all the doubters. Because, like, I'm gonna quote Malika here, we're winning over here. Flat out. And a win is a win, however it comes. Seriously.
Make sure you got an extra pad for your seat, because I know that ass probably hurt. Pause.
Yeah. Flat out. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. Like, that's all I'm saying. Look at this. Like, why does that building look like this building? And one's near the Baltimore Corporation, the other one's near the Hartford Corporation. One's near the Maryland State Republic, the other one's near the Connecticut State Republic. Like, what's happening? You know what I mean? You guys got to recognize when you see Moorish architecture, and do the research. I'm just going to say these are buildings that were built back in the 1600s, if not sooner, because I don't think our culture is a primitive one, honestly. I mean, primitive in first, but not primitive as in ooga mooga, ooh, rub sticks, we found fire, ooh, ooh, ooh. No, that's definitely not the various copper-toned beings. That's always been the mothers and fathers pertaining to civilization. So, that's why it's so sad to see, even though I know when you're really from the hood, you don't glorify it. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't really go into it like that. It's actually, even though I was raised in the hood, you see what I'm saying? Like, especially the first 10 years of my life. When you get to this mindset, it's like, dang, yo, like these people don't recognize that they not even supposed to be acting like that. They're not even supposed to be acting like, like menace to society. I feel sorry for your mama. What you say about my mama? Like that shouldn't. You stop o-dogging it. You look stupid. You look incompetent. You look like a monkey. Another word for monkey is nigger. Let's just be clear. So with that being said, back to the state register, right? And that's why I said, just looking at this, it's just really wild. However, that was just like a portion of that. What happens when you get to the statutes, though? Sure, what? Right? And I was like, whoa, what is that? That's something in Latin. Qui transtulit sustinate. I wonder what that means. State motto. The motto, qui transtulit sustinate. He who transplanted still sustains. Man, that sounds like some Jacob shit. Jacob, James, Yakub, all means supplanter. Right? So I'm gonna show the metaphysics in this, right? Has been associated with the various versions of the seal from the creation of the Saybrook Colony seal. Saybrook Colony seal. That's what, a colony is like a cave. It's like a hole in the earth. Because when you look up the root, the root for colony, which is clown, colonist, a louse, one who bores into the earth. Look up the etymology for colony. You're like, oh snap, that's cave people.
Gotcha, I'm on it, bro.
You know what I mean? That's cave people. While the origin of the motto is uncertain, the late Charles J. Hoadley, a former state librarian, suggested in an article entitled, quote, "The Public Seal of Connecticut," end quote, which appeared in the 1889 edition of the Connecticut State Register and Manual, that we look to the 80th Psalm as a possible source. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen. Pay attention to that word, heathen. Keep heathen in mind, and planted it. So someone took a vine out of mental bondage to sense consciousness, because that's what Egypt is, because I'm speaking metaphysically, which is the science pertaining to ultimate reality. If you're not dealing with ultimate reality, what are you actually, how are you going to, oh yeah, I'm going to enforce this, when I go and stand up for myself? How? Are you even taking on the metaphysics of it? Because you're going to really have to kick these people asses that are, some of them are Masons that just want to go party, drink, and smoke. Some of them are Masons that actually know the craft. I would rather much be a Moorish American who is tight on the craft. Period. Right?
Salam, bro. I'm read this colony etymology colony real fast.
Okay, what does it say?
Colony, noun, late 14th century, quote, ancient Roman settlement outside Italy, end quote. From Latin, colonia, quote, settled land, farm, landed estate, end quote. From colonists, quote, husbandman, tenant, farmer, settler, and new land, end quote. From colere, to cultivate, to till, to inhabit, to frequent, practice, respect, tend, guard, end quote. From Proto-Indo-European root, quail, quote, revolve, move around, sojourn, dwell. Source also of Latin, cola, quote unquote, inhabitant. Also used by the Romans to translate Greek, apokia, quote unquote, people from home. In reference to modern situations, quote, company or body of people who migrate from the native country to cultivate and inhabit a new place while remaining subject to the mother country, end quote. Attested from 1540s, meaning, quote, a country or district colonized, is by 1610s.
Now, let's see.
And I'm going to have Heathen on deck ready to go too whenever we get to that.
Indeed. Let's see if I can find clown real quick, because we know that these beings have switched up a few things, right? However, 1560s, clone, also coin, right? Quote, man of rustic or coarse manners, boor, peasant, right? End quote. A word of obscure origin. The original form and pronunciation are uncertain. Perhaps it is from Scandinavian dialect, compare Icelandic, gloomy, clumsy, boorish fellow, quote unquote. Swedish, kluns, quote, a hard knob, pause, a clumsy fellow, end quote. Danish, klunt, log, block, or from Low German, compare North Frisian I think that's claim. Really, if it's the OE diphthong with the 2 dots over the O, it'd be claim. But I guess that's clone. Clumsy person, quote unquote, right? A clumsy company, association, firm. Dutch, glowing. Original English Dictionary describes it as, quote, a word meaning originally clod, clot, lump, which, like those words themselves, has been applied in various languages to a clumsy bore or a lout. It's very interesting because I remember seeing they compared that with colony too. The theory that is from Latin, there it is, colonist, farmer, is less likely, but aware of the Latin word might have influenced the sense development in English. Stop playing, yo.
We just like to say it transformed.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, nah, a clown, a lout, a bore is a colonist. It's someone who is a fucking caveman.
Sounds like an attorney to me.
Unga munga, I want to do law, but enforce policy. Unga munga, ULC.
Unga bunga, give me your stuff, you slave. Aren't you afraid? Look at my degrees.
I went to Harvard. Stop it. Please stop.
Just so you know, Ara, the person who felt sorry for the landlord was a realtor.
Oh, she used to be a realtor?
Wowzer. Well, did they have their pathologist license?
Mhm.
Were they what did they call it? Certified or qualified real estate agent. Was she qualified? Or he? I don't know.
It was a she. I remember who was talking, and I hope it's, if I wasn't mistaken, that was Andrea talking. Wasn't it?
That's why I said she at first.
No, it wasn't. They were the spouse of someone on the call, so they were only overhearing in the background. So after the call, the husband listening was like, "My wife is in the background talking about how she feels sorry for the for the landlord."
Oh, okay. Because I was about to
Man,
say,
don't feel sorry for that dude. He got everybody up here living in uninhabitable situations. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So same with the realtors. The realtors, you know, they find sympathy because that's their cohort. Landlords and attorneys are cohorts listening with the realtors.
Indeed. I can't knock that. You're absolutely correct, Mundo, on that one.
I just when old boy was talking to him and he said, "Who's this?" and I told him who I was. Like, I don't know who you are. I just sent them a message like, "Peaceful greetings. This is Brother Hasan Bey. I told you for the record that I no longer go by that name, and I ask that you please do not disrespect my ancient foremothers and forefathers' culture by ignoring my name correction. My name correction is in accordance with my Moorish heritage. You do not have to say you don't know who I am when I introduce myself as who I am. Thank you in advance for not discriminating against me."
Shakalaka. So with that being said, right, people wanting to be in mental bondage to sense consciousness, right? Those are Egyptians that are trying to ignore what can't be ignored. I mean, there's a time coming where some people are going to have to realize, like, damn, that's right. I mean, you're sitting there respecting yarmulke wearers. And they are colonists. They have a colony called the Nation of Israel, where they basically
wait till y'all hear this new joint.
Palestine, right?
It seems like part of the hypnosis, like when it comes to us, our own kind, beings can't respect it, but they'll respect the colonists, the foreigners, and be scared of them, but be ready to buck on our own. It's like, break out of that shit, yo. Like,
yeah.
How you respect beings who are using your science, but you don't respect the beings bringing you the mindset of your own stuff. But you honor those like, oh, they doing that like that. And it's like, you know, that's your own stuff. And whenever you're ready to come back home, it's just changing your mind. Like, but that's us. They'll have to learn at their own time, yo. I yield.
When you like shiny things, and you see the natural culture as being lower than, you think living naturally is a lowly life, and this idea, this living unnaturally is glamorized. So it's not attractive, it's not sexy to live simply, you know, to wear leather jewelry and, you know, copper that you can find and make yourself. Like, that's, you know, people think of it as being below, less than, to be regular, to be natural, to have your natural hair, your natural skin, your natural face, your natural hands, nails. It's not glamorized. It's not sexy. It's not appealing. Nobody aspires to be natural.
Right. It's like, yeah, I respect those brothers. They bring the word, but they ain't got no mansion like cribs. They ain't got no whips and chains. So
man,
really
you call yourself Gazelle, but you ain't even got Gazelle eyewear on. What's up with you? You supposed to have the name brand shit on your whatever.
Wow. Fucking wow.
I gotta keep up with the Jones. I gotta have my chain. I gotta have my Federal Reserve notes. I gotta have the whips and all that, just to try to keep up with some image that I feel like I need to keep up with because everybody else is doing it.
Well, you know, if God favors you, you end up a billionaire. Didn't you know that?
To call upon does not favor them because they hate themselves.
Well, if you're not trying to be natural, I don't know what else it could be besides self-hate.
That's what I'm just like, hey,
bad for your kidneys.
For real.
I'd rather a shirt somebody made for me. I'd rather a shirt that somebody grew the what's that seed? Now how flax. People don't know that linen, the fabric linen comes from flax seed. Why not grow some flax, beat the seeds out that you could eat, turn the rest of it into fabric, get a loom, weave that into some cloth, and make me a shirt. I will cherish it more than any Louis Vuitton, more than any Chanel, more than any of the brands that you could think up off the top of your head. You grow me some flax and make some shit. That's how you impress me. You ain't gonna impress me with a Birkin bag. You ain't gonna impress me with a Jaguar or a Bentley.
Well, somebody who was raised by the TV would be impressed by that.
3D print a gun and teach your 10-year-old how to use it. That's gonna impress me.
Yeah. These people were raised in public schools while their parents were working for the state, and then when they came home from school, they was watching TV. So they was raised by the schools and the TVs, and essentially the teachers were probably raised by the TVs too. So these people have this mindset that's really not real. They have a fake mindset, and that's how they operate. They don't.
Yeah, how many people that watch TV didn't know that linen came from flax until I said it today? Because I couldn't watch TV when I was growing up.
Right, I was outside playing.
My dad said no TV Monday through Friday, so you better suck all that bullshit up on the weekends.
How many women that's talking like you are on TV? I'll wait.
On TV?
That's what I'm saying. So it's not gonna be a bunch of people sounding like you talking about, yeah, I would cherish something natural over, you know, some name brand bullshit. They don't, because that's not what they perceive reality to be. As a matter of fact, every time I see a woman, like, you know, looking at me like she checking me out or something, the first thing they do is look at a brother's shoes. Like, they always look at the shoes, look you up and down. Like, they see some busted shoes, they automatically start acting funny. Because
as they should. Mindset. Don't be having no busted shoes.
I don't got no busted feet. I fuck around and won't have no shoes on.
I hear that.
hey, my shoes might be dirty, but let me see your feet. I bet you she ain't gonna come out them shoes and show me them gremlins, them dogs.
Not unless she got them done, painted up, and gelled up, and.
Wow.
These feet give me 200 notes a pick. What you talking about?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
I don't need nobody secretly stashing pictures on my feet.
People got fetish for that. Be careful.
Oh,
Psalm-
damn.
Y'all
Be
hilarious.
careful with your feet.
That's right.
So
Jesus.
where did the state motto come from for Connect Die Cut, right? It mentioned Psalm 80, right?
Hmm.
So with us allowing ourselves to dust our feet off and move on to the next town, right? Dealing with that being the Jesus that we are, right? Us being the justice that we are. Psalm 80, I went to the King James Version first, and in looking over it briefly, I went from there, then I went to Young's literal translation. I was like, let me just jump to the Amplified and see what's said. So in the King James Version, right, for the qui transtulit sustinate, they said it could possibly come from this. I was like, let me just look up Psalm 80, right? And it's Psalm 80, 8 through 10. Thou hast brought a vine out of Egypt. Thou hast cast out the heathen and planted it. Man, wait till we look at other translations. They're like, hold on, where the word heathen go? Because now they got this. And like, y'all see this, right? Never forget, they called the Connecticut State Republic the Constitution State.
People gotta wonder, how are they calling a vine a heathen? You know what I'm saying? Like if they didn't have Metaphysical Bible Dictionary and they read this.
Well, there was something that was a heathen, and therefore what got supplanted in the heathen's place is the vine.
Right. So
But
but again, it's talking about levels of consciousness.
Yes, of course. Always consciousness, always metaphysical. That's why when people argue about was Mary a virgin, I be feeling like punching them in the face.
All you gotta tell them is when Jesus was.
When Jesus
was.
They'll love you forever after that.
9. Thou preparedest room before it.
So they were struggling back in the days.
and didst cause. See, that's what it says. And didst cause it to take deep root, and it filled the land. The hills were covered with the shadow of it, and the buffs thereof were like the goodly cedars. Right? Okay. All right. Let's see what Psalm 80, 8 through 10 say in a Robert Young's literal translation. Right? So let's go and hit search on the YLT. And YLT.
Oi, bro.
Huh?
So can I get that in? Hey, vine out of Egypt, thou stole spring. Those cast out nations and plant.
Hold on, cast out what? Cast out what?
Nations.
Nations. Woo!
Mothers.
Hold on, but I thought it was heathens in the King James Version.
It's heathenous nations. Come on.
Uh-oh.
I'm just saying, like, I mean,
It's like Sodom and Gomorrah.
A nation of heathens. How many?
What
How
I
many?
find fascinating though is people will say stuff about they can understand what's said here, or maybe they don't understand what is said here.
How many people?
Because they can't recognize when they are in Egypt or when they are part of a heathenistic nation.
I'm not knocking that at all. That's why I said when we go into the metaphysics, when I show y'all the metaphysics, you're like, so you guys are on the path. I mean, you're definitely on the path. Maybe we need to see if nation is in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, right?
Got a question though. How many people in the chat know that the etymology of ethnicity means heathenism?
Wow.
Woo.
So when you say what's your ethnicity, you're saying essentially you're saying what type of heathen are you?
Wow.
Of course.
Man,
I'm telling you, I mean, I no offense to anybody who declares stuff, but that's why I don't do it. Whatever I am is private. Mind your business.
Well, firstly, nations exist in the minds and the hearts of the people first. Then they manifest, just like everything else starts in the
Absolutely.
mind. So at the end of the and then in the womb and all that we know as well. However, I would never declare my ethnicity. That
Correct.
doesn't even make sense. But
Correct.
I'll claim my nationality because I know what womb I came from.
And we've seen how nationality actually works when people are honorable, because that's something that's principled around the world. You know what I mean? Like I've okay. So let's say when I'm like in the hood near the Baltimore Corporation, and say I just want to take a visit, because a lot of my family is like there, and I go to the store or whatever, right, and maybe grab like a bottle of water or something. And I remember one guy, he was like, it was before I declared and proclaimed my nationality, and then after I declared and proclaimed my nationality, it was like he was like, I knew it. So, but when he first saw me, he was like, "You're different than the rest of them." I'm like, "What you mean?" He said, "You black, but you're not black. I said, "What?" Like, what the fuck
What
is
the
that?
fuck do you mean?
You're
Right?
black, but you're not the offensive type.
Yo, that's so funny because I just seen this little TikTok video with this Mexican dude basically admitting that Mexicans are culturally racist. They're taught as youngins to favor the light skin over the dark skin, and most of the so-called Hispanics, which there's no such thing, but most of these so-called Hispanics are being programmed by Univision, which is the news channel that is full of fucking biased colonists.
And
What you just described is every single country in South America, every single country in Central America, several countries in Africa. That's all you're describing right now. And
yeah, and I know
it's all from that programming from TV.
Yep, exactly. That's what I'm saying. These people were raised by the damn TV.
It happens here too. I remember, because being from a different part of the nation of North America, you navigate and migrate certain places, and you can tell the programming is different. The programming is different, because I remember feeling very sorry for people who don't know their heritage. They call themselves whatever the TV tells them to call them. Oh, you're colored today. We're colored. You're blacks today. We're blacks. You're African American. We're African American now. And it's like, wow. And then you're taught that your whole history began and pivots on slavery. And so the mindset taught to people is like generational lies are creating generational pain for shit that's not even actually in your lineage, but they programmed it into you. So then you have either these apologists, right? These pale apologists. They didn't do nothing to you. Their parents didn't do nothing. They're not even involved, because remember, allegedly only 2% of the nation were even so-called slave owners. So what the fuck happened to all the 98% of everybody else? They didn't do nothing to each other. They were not even involved. They like, I don't even care what other people are, but the programming makes you feel like, oh, when people look at me, oh, look at that black girl, she must have come from such a hard time, so let's give her some special treatment, until of course they start hearing me speak. And then they realize, oh shit, it's like what Hasan just said. Oh, she looks black, but she ain't one of them.
Look, when this dude
she looks black, but she ain't blackity black, y'all.
I'm not blackity black and not black, y'all.
However, this is what happened in conclusion. So I was like, what? So then he saw me some months later, and I'm in my fez, and he was like, I knew you were different. Look, he was like, you have on tarbouche. I said, oh, my fez, yeah, because this is Morocco. I know this is the Maghrib Al-Aqsa. He said, we can't talk out loud like that.
Exactly.
We must all quiet, brother. We must be quiet and whisper.
Bro, I keep it real. I have so many experiences. Like just the other day, we doing Ramadan, so I'm breaking fast around 7 p.m. I pull up to the Abyssinian joint, Lucy's Ethiopian restaurant, right? and they know me. They're like, "Hey, long time no see." I'm like, "Yeah, I stay kind of far. I haven't been around lately." And he was like, "Oh, you like the injera? Yes." I'm like, "Oh man, I love the injera." He's like, "Oh, what do you eat with? What do you eat it with?" I said, "I eat it with anything, bro. Like, I'll buy a pack of injera and cook some garbanzo beans with some onions or whatever." He's like, "Oh, if you want, you come and we take you to the back and we show you how to make it, how to make the shiro, He started telling me like that they'll teach me how to cook some of their recipes and stuff so that
Because
I
you
can
in your
just,
fez, bro. You're in your
yeah.
fez. Let me tell you. Look, Malika.
And I've gotten
I don't
free
know-
shit before too. I've gotten free
I don't know if
things.
you know Malika, but okay, I'll tell you one little quick thing. Okay, so when me and a few other Moors got invited to a Moorish event near the Pittsburgh Corporation, Pennsylvania Commonwealth, and there's this guy that runs this ice cream shop in the little corporate jurisdiction called Mount Washington near the Pittsburgh Corporation, and he was like I don't know where he's from, but he was like, he said, "I am a Moorish subject," or is that I'm a subject under Moorish law. You are Moorish, then all free for you. Everybody was eating out this dude's store for free.
What's up?
But however, that's because when they come here, so to speak, right? They know the history. They know that shit that when I play that video of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, the only people that don't know are the people here that think that I and my brothers have on a fez or certain mothers have on turbans as if this is like some new black nationalist bullshit, when actually this is known across the planet. You can go anywhere across the planet. You're going to find a fez amongst the wise beings, the high priests, those that actually are the ones that the common normal people go to for direction in life. That's why when we came across you, Malika, that's why I was very forward about, and I'm not about scattering Prophet Noble Drew Ali's flock, but beings that are like your Moors that call themselves either El or Bey, but they're all about that secure party creditor shit. I gotta draw the fucking line in the sand and be on my Big Sean.
Well, I always wondered every time I listened to Noble Drew Ali's videos, I always wondered, well, where are these L's? Where are these Bey? Where are they? Because I remember getting to a point on Facebook that I was like, I'm not adding any more L's nor Bays to I'm not adding y'all. No more friends.
I'm at that point right now, and I'm an active Moor.
Because I'm like, what? Every time I listen to Noble Drew Ali, I'm like not exaggerating. I'll be like, well, where are the other folks listening to
about Taj?
Oh no. Well, Prophet Noble.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm talking about Taj. Sorry.
It's the spirit. It's the spirit, though.
Yeah.
When I hear him talk, I always think, well, where are these people?
They're sitting there acting like fans instead of
they're not doing anything,
taking their notes and being active. Exactly.
Oh,
and that's not what I picked up from Brother Taj. Can remember, again, I'm not bragging. However, being around him and Mother Delilah, I just got on the phone with Mother Delilah yesterday too, man. Like being around them, eating with them, still learning stuff when it's classes, but even like when it's not classes, learning about the culture and how things were and how it's supposed to be now. I'm not built to be like, damn, I know that's how it's supposed to go, but let me go over here and fuck with this secure party creditor shit and all that. That's why I'm glad when we called the fucking Federal Reserve today, it was like, don't fuck with that SPC shit in so many words. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, Treasury Direct.
I mean, unless you are an agent, it's fine if you're actually an agent. That's why y'all hear me argue with my admin all the time. He was like, you're supposed to be endorsing stuff. Yes, you are supposed to be endorsing stuff, but who is the you?
Mm-hmm.
The debt to the United States.
I still haven't found the part where it says it's me.
Correct. And they can't. And
when I say me, I mean the private people, because the shit that pisses me off is when they talk this game like public and private don't mix, and they say that 50 million times, and then they show you how to mix the public and private, but because they brain dirtied you into not being into thinking, well, if you see me doing it, it means it's in private, because remember, I told you public and private don't mix. So if I'm doing it, it must be private, but they're doing very public things.
That's why I got to draw the line in the sand, because and a lot of them cats, I'm gonna keep it a band with you. A lot of them been around Brother Taj, and they got a chip on their shoulder for him and saying like, oh, he ain't know what he's talking about, and he didn't say everything that needed to be said. No. What he said went over your fucking head, because how am I getting it?
That's what I thought too.
You see what I'm saying? And I think it's going over their head, because their only concern is, how can I still live unnaturally in animal husbandry life, yet still have on my fez with my L and or my Bay? You see what I'm saying? And then you got people out here who don't really comprehend the history, so they're calling themselves L Bay.
Well, you know, maybe they might also be calling themselves consumers.
Yeah. And it's not a good look, because at the end of the day, it's going to seem like, oh, well, Hasan and Seven Hill Star Brothers, they're a different kind of Moor. No, we are what every Moor should be doing, at least thinking like. And I'm not saying be like us. I'm saying, have you read Prophet Noble Drew Ali's literature?
When I first went and looked at the definition of Bay, and I wondered if the people who already had friended me knew what it meant. Like I literally sit there and go, did they ever? Because they call themselves governors, like even if it's just their governor of their own life, that's wonderful. But how come you don't know how to beat a traffic ticket?
Same questions I had. And the only people that had answers was RV Bay Publications and Brother Taj, his literature that he has produced, and Mother Ras Mariah shares through RV Bay. And a lot of that literature too came from Mother Rashida Bay, who's like the top astrologer for Great Seal National Association of Moorish Affairs. She's the Sayara. And by me I can call these elders anytime and talk to them. And by me being around them, eating with them, being in their homes, I realized,
some people got better marketing. Some people got better marketing is what it boils down to.
Well, yeah, we know. You and I know that. Like, we know that, because we come out the same yard in that sense. Like, seriously.
Yeah, and I know what it takes. You know, like it's difficult to even be aware of the programming and avoid it. Even when you're aware, it's difficult to avoid. So when people are susceptible to it, I always give them grace, but I also always hope that they snap out of it. Because I remember I was selling that lifestyle, putting the green screen and putting the Mercedes and the Bentley behind the big house. And, you know, it's all fake, but we know it's going to catch your attention. So that's what we show you, you know. And people have a deep-seated desire. And I think it's because it's our nature to have a life of leisure, not a life of strife, not a life of struggle, not a life of I'm battling every single day for any little scrap. And we're sold that if you don't get out here and chase the bag, that's your life. You're going to end up being a bum, basically. And sometimes we need to embrace that. Well, shit, maybe I should be a fucking bum. I don't have to be striving.
I'll be the coolest.
Hey, how are you?
homeless.
Hey guys, hold on one moment. Peaceful Greens. This is Laura.
No, this is Brittany.
Hey Brittany, how are you? This is Hasan. I had recently ordered a fez, right? And I have the order number, right? and it's funny because my brother was just asking me where did I get my pheasants from, and I'm like, oh, Lauderer, of course. I'm going to tell them. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you went out a little bit.
Oh, pardon me, Brittany. I'm gonna be brief, right? I have the order number, right, for the fez, because I was supposed to get a black one, but a red one actually showed up from my last order. And so I wasn't sure if you guys were like just giving me one or whatnot. But what I could do is I could send this one back to you guys and I can receive the one that I ordered. I'm gonna let me get the paper out so I can give you the number for that. Okay, it's right here. Are you ready for the order number? It's 268-765. And it was supposed to.
Can I screen share, bro?
Yeah, you can screen share. No, if you read the note, right, you see the note where it says, it says optional order comment, and it says tax ID number AA222141. The fez is black, not red. That's what it was supposed to have been. And it was supposed to have been a note for that. So, I've been getting fezzes from you guys since 2016. So I just knew it was an honest mistake. So I just put the fez up and I wanted to call you guys. I left the message, I think, last Monday also, if not this Monday. So what would you like me to do, Brittany?
Back and we can ship you out she wants the black fez. I'm just gonna change this because I don't know why it just didn't put the black.
Yeah. And the tassel, I'm going to tell you now, the tassel was like knotted up a little bit, but I just know that was, you guys have never done this before. So it's like, I'm like, man, everybody makes a mistake. You know what I mean? So I wasn't going to be like, oh, Lauderer sucks now. No, it's not that. I know it was a mistake because you guys have been, great for the past 7 years. So I can mail it back to you guys. I can send it back. And I'll do that.
A black fez with a black tassel.
Correct. That's what it's supposed to be. Absolutely. And the measurement is, I think, the 23 5/8, which is the 7.5.
Yes, sir.
All righty. And everything else is the same. All the information is the same. I'm actually in a Zoom meeting right now. So that's why I'm just kind of just being a little quick and brief. But at the same time, I know you guys are busy. But it's coming to the same location and everything that it says on that order number. And are you waiting for me to send you back what you guys sent me first, and then you'll send it out? Because either way, I'm going to make sure you get it back. I want to continue to get.
And the only reason that they were confused was because we do see the note, but there's an item on the website that it's the same as the red fez with the black tassel.
Mm-hmm.
It's just instead of it being MA1R, it is MA1B, and it's the black fez with the black tassel.
And MA stands for Moorish American. Correct. The MA stands for Moorish American, then, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, excellent. Brittany, as always, you and Laura are always amazing. I will be referring you guys to the people within my Moorish American community, because I think you guys do awesome, and you guys do always honor my non-tax obligation number, and I think that's sweet also. So thank you so much, and I guess I'll have that sent out as soon as possible. Maybe it'll be in the mail by Monday. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. You too. Have a great one.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, cool. Yeah, because they end up sending a red one instead of a black one. I'm like, no. So, all right. So now that's cool. That's good, right? And that'll go to my baby. All right. So, are you sharing yet, bro, or no? Oh no, I didn't. You're not. Oh, you did have co-host, bro. Let me.
I'm sharing, but I don't know if y'all can see it.
No, it was my screen. There you go now.
Okay. All right. Well, check this out. For the special guys.
They're so special. They're so special. So special. So special.
Got special definitions for y'all. All right. They first got administrative wage garnishment is a process whereby we, that's them, not me, order your, that's a hyperlink, employer, that's a hyperlink too, to withhold a certain amount from your disposable pay and send
What that?
and send the withheld amount to them. The law requires your employer to comply with the garnishment, not you, your employer. It requires your employer to comply with our garnishment order. So what is disposable pay? Disposable pay means, pardon me, I got this. What you see, Malika?
Wow.
Disposable pay means that part of your total compensation, including but not limited to salary or wages, bonuses, commissions, and vacation pay from your employer after deduction of health insurance premiums and amounts withheld as required by law. Amounts withheld as required by law include such things as federal, state, and local taxes. What do you know? But do not include amounts withheld under court order.
But
The best part about this is what Title 20 is. What is Title 20? Scroll up. Employees benefits. Whose employees? The federally regulated ones.
exactly.
See, right before employees, it says Code of Federal Regulations. You
Exactly.
better be one of the agents federally regulated for you to be one of these employees. Yet we have employers using this code to garnish people's wages that they have no record that they are who should be federally regulated.
Yep, that's a fact. Unless you're a you or a your. What's a your? You means an individual. That's funny. You click your and you pops up. It should at least include your. You means an individual who owes a debt to whom? United States Service Corporation.
The United States, as Keith would say.
The United Statesians.
I used to say USAENs.
US Asians.
Ooh.
Asians.
Yeah.
Oh, that within the scope of this subpart. So you can't be a you. Ye cannot be a you if you don't owe a debt to the United States. But the employer is employer means a person, right? A legal entity, right? Or a natural person which has naturalized, right? Including any individual, partnership, association, corporation, cooperative, firm, joint stock company, trust, or other organization with legal rights and duties. I don't have no legal duties. All right. That one has a place of business, physical location in the Commonwealth, right? And a means by which it may be contacted for employment. Two, has an employer relationship, such as the ability to hire, pay. They don't have that power. Hire, pay, fire, supervise, or otherwise control the work of employees. With respect to CW-1, worker or a worker in corresponding employment as defined under the common law of agency. And three, possesses for purposes of filing a CW-1 application for temporary employment certification, a valid federal employer identification number.
Oh, look, check it out. The employer is okay. One, you just said just now the number. However, it's the company, and the employee, not employees, because there's no such thing as employees as far as under one employee. Because the employee, if I'm not mistaken, is the one who is like the head of the operations of the thing. So if we were to take, for example, McDonald's, right? Whoever is the president of McDonald's is the employee. Everyone else are laborers. Did I say that correctly? Where's Trading Brigade?
I think that's
no,
right.
Seriously, Malika. Like, is that correct? I'm hoping for correction here.
That might be correct. I have no knowledge of that area. But what is a CW-1 employee?
That's interesting. That's interesting. The source is 60 CFR.
They call it a worker too.
5. Is that casework?
CW-1 worker. What is that?
Is that like when Sean Wayans was the DJ on The Living Color? SW1? No? Okay, I let it go. I'm telling my age at this point. And people are like, Living Color? Sean Wayans?
I was
Hey,
like, what is
CNMR.
what? Oh, he's Sean Wayans.
W1.
What?
They give
A
me some-
transitional worker?
That sounds like necromancy.
Oh, it's not letting me search it because I'm already searching. Oh, okay. I'll just copy it and put it right here. What you thought? All right. The CNMI
Holy shit.
transitional
It's
work
for visas?
visa classification allows employers in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands to
Oh, so
apply for permission to employ.
you're not
aliens.
even here.
Wow. Wow. But then people are beating the door down for a social security number.
Well, you know, if you're a bastard foundling,
Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ.
When Jesus was.
people trying to figure out, well, how come it's attached to a benefit if it's not for me to freely use?
According to
It
who
says
they-
it says it's a benefit for federal employees, because even that last definition we just read, where we got the CW-1 worker from, the very last sentence talks about a federal employer identification number, meaning that employer, when it becomes the government's concern, is when that employer hires a federal employee,
Hmm.
because it's
And then-
called a federal employer. So that's for you when you're employing a federal
Oh, that's
worker.
a FEIN.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Federal employer. So you're hiring a federal agent.
That's what the 98 number
So
is.
the federal agent is being hired to work at McDonald's, but McDonald's is a federal employer because they hire a federal agent.
That's what the 98 number is.
So why everybody trying to get that?
Because they don't know this work.
They don't care. They don't care. I'm sure they don't care. Because if you care, like because I cared, that's how I found this section in the code. I actually went to the search engine and typed in who is eligible for, who can be assigned a social. So those are the terms I was searching, and I found who is eligible for a passport and who can be assigned a social security number. That's how I found it, because I cared. I wanted to know.
Mm-hmm.
And because people don't want to know what the 98 number is for, they allow people to tell them what it's for. They never go look and read the words in slow motion themselves, and they just follow someone else's program. And I always go to the beginning of shit, and when I read it and it's like, oh, wait a minute, this has nothing to do with private people. It's under the section called employee benefits. Why are you going to read something under a section called employee benefits and you never ask yourself, who is the corporation and do I work for them?
Right, exactly. Like,
whose corporation am I trying to gain employee benefits under? Do I work for them?
And let the people know that probably aren't used to hearing you, like I had to mention yesterday in class, you guys got to tune your ear to when jewels are being dropped. And in particular, Malika just dropped another jewel. She said she sincerely wanted to know. So she typed in Google, who can be issued a social security number?
Yeah.
And then popped up for me, even
It's
when I
literally this section right here.
this section for federal employees, title 20 of the Code of Federal Regulations. The section that I first got was 422.104.
Oh, for you.
That's what I got. And then when a few Sundays ago, Malika was live with us here on YouTube. And when she was like, type in who can receive a passport. And you know, I'm for the shit, I'm with the shits. So I typed it in as when it brought up Title 22 United States Code, subsection 212.
Right.
And it's like, yo, people want social security numbers and passports. So this is my question now. And then it's only because of where I'm from. It makes me want to talk to the different quote unquote beings in the streets and be and just ask them like, yo, what's good, bro? Nah, man, how you been? I ain't seen you in a minute, Train, because that's what they call me. They call me Train. And I'm like, yo, my only question is, yo, how long you been a Fed? And I'm just gonna wait to see them, motherfucker, who the fuck you calling the Fed, son? I ain't on no papers. Like, no, time out. Time out. Because you talking about you want to go on a trip and you need your passport and you want, let me show you something. The only people that can receive a passport is a federal agent. And I know that shit's gonna go. However, what I'm also expecting is, son, but that's not how I'm going to use it. So they ain't going to mean that.
I'm not going to use it like that. But it says you cannot even get one unless you claim to be a debtor or act like you're the debtor.
Exactly.
You can't use it any other way. What are they talking about?
That's why it's like, I kind of want to talk to my peoples that I know, you know what I mean? It's like, I want to call my little cousin like, hey, yo, look this up real quick. Tell me what you see. Because at least my little cousin will read some shit when I tell him. I mean, it's like,
I know, bro. That's cool.
What people are afraid of is what the responsibility they have to take on when they realize that. Exactly. Because we've gotten used to having pre-made things, pre-formed directions. People are not used to sitting there thinking, okay, well, the rule, if it's a standardized rule, it's for agents. So we get to design, choose your own adventure, but we're still looking to standardize. People don't want to be like, I don't know how you're going to do it, but I'm going to do it this way. I don't know what else someone over there is doing, but this is what I'm going to do. No, people are afraid of doing that. So when I travel with my homemade ID and people ask me, well, how do you do that? And I'm like, well, what do you think you're doing? Because who gave the information on your ID to the company that printed it for you? Who gave it to them? Did that company you gave it to verify it? I could tell you for mine, they didn't, because I have on mine, because I had model aspirations, that I'm 5'9", and I never reached. And I gave them that information when I was 15 and they took it. They never verified it.
Wow.
So who made the ID really? It was you yourself anyway. But we've convinced ourselves that because it's standardized and coming from this one agency, then that one agency has a monopoly on making ID when we the one giving them the information anyway.
Yeah, you're just outsourcing administration when you can administer your own affairs.
And that's the thing. People are afraid to administer their own affairs because we've gotten so used to someone else taking care of it for us. And then people sell us that, yes, you'll be taking responsibility for your life, but they still sell you back into those same agencies for agency numbers and try to convince you, oh, you're not acting like an agent when you're using an agency number. Oh, yeah? How does that work?
It sounds like it works when you capitulate to be a fucking agent. You know what I mean? When you want to.
But he told me I was acting in private though.
Hold on. You was acting in private when you was enforcing your first and fourth Bill of Rights? Is that?
No, when I gave him these beneficiary numbers. When I gave him these Title 20 employee benefit numbers. That was me acting.
So, okay.
You're right.
But it's public. Like in its nature, it's public. How it's being displayed, it's public. How it's recorded, it's public. And that's why I like when I came to Lawful Living last year, and to even see, because there's so many confirmations, that public actually denotes military.
Well,
That doesn't
one.
denote a group of everybody. However, I know we'll colloquially, like you said, when you're speaking in conversations with people outside of you and your husband, that's quote unquote non-statutorily a public conversation. Like, I get that when we're just colloquially speaking,
Right.
when people don't have the brains that we have. I get that. However, that's why I think it's thoroughly important for people to know what they think they're saying, because people aren't speaking English, which is called English, which is a commerce language. So when people think speaking English is the words that they hear, no, actually, English is a language that's specifically for commerce.
I think all the major ones are, because in Africa, French is the language of commerce.
Wow.
Yeah.
Indeed. So that means
So a lot of tribes have their whatever tribal language, but when they're
Mhm.
doing international commerce, like between nations, they speak French.
makes sense.
Yeah,
Makes-
that's their universal commerce language.
Wow.
Nigeria and the surrounding places like that.
That makes sense. Because I mean, that I
Right.
had
It's all those major languages though, and that was their point. They are the ones who went around Earth colonizing, being clowns. And that's why even when Ara was talking about the so-called Latin nations or people, it was the identical thing in Central America, where there were tribes, they had their own language. A lot of them still have their own language. And then when the Spaniards came to Latinize them, Spanish became their language of commerce. And then they still had their native tongues that they would speak. And when they would, be an international between nations, they would use Spanish.
Wow. Look at that. So that means at the end of the day, in order to quote unquote trade amongst each other, there had to be a language to facilitate said trade.
Mm-hmm.
And even in Prophet Noble Drew Ali's literature, it is said that the silver, the gold, the silver, and the commerce belong to the people and the people alone. So that means at the end of the day, the people should be able to determine, hey, I need some shoes, but only have bananas. Will you take these bananas for these shoes? Well, I don't need bananas. And that's why the whole point, and some people will say, like, even in the movie, if you guys would Netflix the movie, The Laundromat, Antonio Banderas, and I forgot the other guy's name, who speaks like this. It's like he's from like he's Deutsch or something, or Swedish. Kind of speak on how currency comes into play and shit like that. It's like people were trying to find a medium of exchange in order, and it's just like the English language or the French language or the all Latin-based languages, right? It's like so funny because if you call Latin a dead language, so funny, then that means if the root is dead, then all the branches. And how many trees out there have dead roots? But the
I'm gonna go with 0.
Exactly. Like, oh shit, look at that, look at them apples. Them apples are juicy as shit off that dead root tree. No, that doesn't make sense. However, I like that statement. I'll tell you why. Because it lets you know that the practices that are happening with these quote unquote languages, since the type of commerce that's being done through like the Secretary of Commerce and stuff like that, that is a dead practice. It is dead works.
Necrophilia.
Period. And necromancy.
That's right.
That's why you say you don't carry around dead bodies.
Nope. No dead bodies, no imaginary friends. I don't tell people that there's a straw man. I let everybody know when they try to invite you to their church called the county probate court. It's you they're talking to. Like Bob Marley said, it's you. It's you. It's you they're talking to now. It is not your estate because you're alive. They're not talking about your estate. They're not inviting your estate to court. They're not inviting your straw man to court. They're inviting your ass to court.
They're trying to make you, let me see if I see this right. They're trying to make you be the one who practices agency for that which they're using to call you with.
Which is
That's
usually the plaintiff, which is usually the county of, state of. That's why when that guy said it on the call yesterday, I asked who's the plaintiff, and when he said the state, everybody started laughing.
Yeah, we did. We started laughing like a motherfucker. because automatically first thing my mind goes like, okay, well, you guys are not of like kind. And then it's like, since how, and you know, my mind thinks so many other things, because the state for me is the guy who is the substitute Bey, termed the governor of the state. You see what I'm saying?
Unless you are, they're pretending to be so funny, right? The screen that we're on right now, your employer, when you see them as the whoever's there as the plaintiff, they're acting as your employer.
Yeah, and then again, the employer has a FEIN, and they're asking you for a tax identification number.
Mm-hmm.
They're asking you for a TIN, which
Mm-hmm.
includes social security cards, which can only be issued to someone who owes a debt to the United States.
And that's why when people say, I have to go to court, they are announcing this debt
Which
to
means
the United States.
Which means any of money or property that they determine is owed to the United States and that arises from a program that they administer or an activity that they perform.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You owe them, and that's why they're inviting you to court. And they make us feel like we have a duty, which is a debt, to perform and give our time, which is our property,
Mm-hmm.
to them. If you're not an agent of the state, and like Hasan said, I know a lot of people are going to miss this. If you're not an agent of the state, it is an eminent domain transaction.
Period.
The rules of eminent domain says they have to pay us first.
So when they don't give you that shit first, this is why I've been saying, and I know I said it many times in the fucking Friends in Law classes, we have to be sue warriors, because we have not been compensated for our rights that they are purporting to administer.
They're saying you have a debt of time to come to their church. Where did that debt come from? What is the instrument that secures that underlying obligation?
How are babies born owing that to the United States?
Because their progenitors are.
Let me show my that document.
Oh, go ahead, go right ahead.
The numbers for babies. Did y'all show that document yet?
Go ahead, show it. And then I'm gonna get back to the Bible to show that amplified version. But yeah, this hits. I ain't gonna front. This smacks right here.
It's called Numbers for Newborns. Everybody should download it. Comes from the Social Security Administration. Securing today and tomorrow. This is some cryptic, scary shit for them to even say that when you know what securing, what they mean by securing it.
Yeah.
Social Security
and
numbers.
Malika, not to cut your wisdom, but before you go in on this, brother, if y'all could help me, Brother Taj mentioned there's somewhere in the Bible about the red dragons ready to eat the babies. I think that goes perfectly in tangent with this. It's like,
I think that's Revelation.
Ooh.
It's like the red dragons are ready for her to give her babies or eat her babies or something like that.
Yeah, so he wants to devour. So he basically awaits at the pussy like, standing outside with my mouth open wide.
Red dragon, like how when folks do Slurpees, you know how they come under, they be like this, like the machine.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, I yield though. Go ahead, Malika. Knock him in the head.
So we're still in the Second page, it's only a 10-page document. This is the most important question here. Here, must my child have a social security number? Basically, the answer is no. They should put no, period, and then explain it, but they just go right into saying, getting an SSN for your newborn is voluntary. If it's voluntary, can it be demanded? Can it be punished?
No.
Can it be forced?
No.
So I quoted this in a notice that I created for our sons to give their anybody that they want to work with. Because here, they're starting our kids off at $18 an hour.
Voluntary.
Yeah, right there. Getting an SSN for your newborn is voluntary. And we
Which
already know we already know who the your is, right?
Exactly.
For the debtor newborn to the United States?
Right.
Correct.
For the debtor to the United States newborn
Yes.
is voluntary. I don't think it's
Right.
voluntary because it says if you are a you, then you got to get the SSN. So
Yeah, but not your newborn. Getting so you could be a bastard foundling, right?
right.
But maybe you grew up and you got married before you started having your children, or maybe you just didn't report them as foundlings because whether you're married or not, you know who your mom and dad is. So you're not a foundling bastard.
Correct.
So that's why it's voluntary. And that's why when someone with an SSN has a child at a hospital that they do not elect to get an SSN, the hospital creates a record and just says mother who was the you or is the you considered the you because they do have a social now has child number 1 or a child is what they actually mark the debtor account.
But they solicit it. They solicit it because I know when my son,
of course they solicit it. So
manifested, they
if you
came
go
up in
to
there.
a place that considers themselves mandatory reporting, they're going to do it.
Well, what is there to report if we're not asking for your benefits? Why
Well,
would you
we have to
solicit that too?
report a birth. We have to report a birth. We're not told why we have to report a birth. So although we might not be reporting any numbers associated with the birth, we're reporting a birth and we might have the mom or dad or both SSN.
Interesting.
So you know what's hilarious about that? What you have there. And Malik, if you want to add this, Brother Sean said it's Revelations 12, 1-4. And they also said in the chat, I think JM said it, Jadon said it, a few being said that's what it is. Ariel, C.
Revelations 10?
Yeah, Revelations 12, 1-4.
Revelations 12. What is that? What is that?
That's where it's talking about
oh, the enumeration.
The woman with the 7 stars on her head, and so it's really referring to the zodiac ultimately.
Okay.
You already know that when people don't comprehend the metaphysics, it seems like some mystical stuff. But the woman giving birth and the dragon, so it's 12.
Okay.
Yeah, 1-4.
Islam, Brother Sean, for that one.
Yeah, it's out to the chat that was speaking on it. Go ahead, read it. I yield. Go ahead, you guys read it, and then I'll go back to Psalm 80.
All right, Islam. Yeah, I got you. Revelations 12. We're gonna probably do 1-4, right? The woman giving birth and the dragon. And then a great wonder appeared in heaven. There was a woman who was clothed with the sun, and the moon was under her feet. She had a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant and cried out with pain because she was about to give birth. Then another wonder appeared in heaven. There was a giant red dragon there. The dragon had 7 heads with a crown on each head. It also had 10 horns. Its tail swept a third of the stars out of the sky and threw them down to the earth. It stood in front of the woman who was ready to give birth to the baby. It wanted to eat the woman's baby as soon as it was born.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you mean read the whole thing, or that was just that part?
No,
that was the four.
Four. Yeah, just
That was
one
the
through
four. That's good.
Yeah. That's why I'm looking at it like, look, man, at the end of the day, metaphysically, you know, you could look at the woman as your receptive nature. And remember, child is new thoughts. And when you have this receptive nature and you're seeing some new thoughts come about, there could be an energy that's seeking to make you doubt the new thoughts. Remember, children of Israel is these new thoughts.
I mean, they make you register your children as if you just found them, and therefore there have to be wards of the government.
Yeah, like, okay, so let's put it like this.
And we're telling people this is what's normal. And if you don't declare your child to be a foundling bastard, you're the weird one.
Correct, because there's the war that's going on. It's, again, remember Ephesians 6, is that who had put it up? I think Chris L yesterday had put it up. It was Ephesians 6. Hold on, I got it here. I know I got
Etymology, they are weird then, right? Because they're being in control of one state.
Yeah, it's not different. You know what I mean? However, what's going on is this is the war that's taking place, Ephesians 6:12. Because we have not the wrestling with flesh and blood, but with the principalities, with the authorities, with the world rulers of the darkness of this age, with the spiritual things of the evil in the heavenly places. So in other words, where the war is taking place is in the mind of mothers. Because remember, she has to be immaculate in her conception or conceptualizing in order to keep from saying that she's lost the war in her mind, and then allowing the armed officers or the armed forces, which is the hospital, doctors and nurses. They're armed forces. I don't care how you look at it. To me, they're armed forces. And they're saying that they found the child. However, they found the child based on some informant. Who's the informant? Well, that's not a rhetorical question. Who's the informant?
There is no real informant, but the informant on paper is being listed as the mother.
Exactly.
Right.
So now, since she has lost the war due to the authorities placed in her mind based on the
Capitulation.
Correct, being socially engineered, capitulating in the animal husbandry practices, now has her thinking that she must, in order for her child to have a chance in society, they're going to need a foundling certificate, because she is not strong enough in her own mind, which is the heavenly places. In her own thinking, she's not strong enough to basically, and I'm not bragging here, but like my beloved mother mistress consort just did recently. We didn't find our newest manifestation. We knew to the point where I actually guessed when he was going to come. My guess was 11 days prior to when he showed, 10 to 11 days prior. You see what I'm saying? And so at the end of the day, I was clear on it.
Oh, you must be a doctor.
No, just an astrologer, you know, but just an astrophysician. Anyway, what, these old things? Anyway,
I'm sure you got to be a doctor to know something like that.
Yeah, I know, right? Hilarious. However, so my beloved mother mistress consort, she hasn't lost the war. She is firm in her heavenly places to ignore the world rulers, right? World is old age, right? So that's why I want to come to this to show you guys where we left off at on Psalm 80, right? When Brother Sean was reading. You want to finish that, man? 9 through 10?
Indeed. Thou hast looked before it, and dost rooted, and it filleth the land. Covered have been hills with its shadows, and its boughs are cedars of God.
Yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Hallelujah.
Bam, 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 bam. That's me playing the organ. Okay.
Right.
And today's selection is gonna be from Brother R. Bey. Also, you know him as Paragon RICO, Paragon Debo.
That's
Another
Pastor.
win.
That's Pastor Aura. Correction.
Pastor R. Yeah, do you have a word
Put
for
some
the
respect.
people,
Put some
Pastor
respect
R?
on my name.
Do you have a word for the people, Pastor R?
Y'all are hilarious. Bro. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph.
And thou art endowed.
It's hilarious. Okay, so Brother R, then you can read the amplified version.
Thou art endowed with the right to sue these motherfuckers.
Islam. And remember, we're getting this from the state motto for the Connecticut, the state of Connecticut, or the Connecticut State Republic, whichever way. Now, what does it say in the amplified version?
All right, so we're looking at Psalms 80, verses 8 through 10. Number 8, you uprooted a vine, Israel, from Egypt, bondage to sense consciousness. You drove out the Canaanite, that lowers of nations, and planted the vine in Canaan. You cleared away the ground before it, and it took deep root and filled the land. The mountains were covered with its shadow, and the branches were like the cedars of God.
So then when you look at what vine is, watch this. It's saying the same thing that's there in purple. It's saying the same thing here. I just want you guys to be able to actually see the word metaphysic.
Vine is in divine?
You're hilarious. I just you're hilarious. So what is vine and branches like in John 15?
John 15, metaphysical. The I am within us is divine. Divine. Our faculties are the branches. Our faculties are the branches. And the perfect body is the fruit. John 15. The life current as it comes from the universal is one in vine, branches and fruit. And it is on this free-flowing inner force, not outside of you, that we fix our attention. When we demonstrate the power of spirit, spirit power is supreme. They pollute in the air we breathe. Material symbols are likely to be misleading unless we remember always to get the spiritual import in its I am application.
Yo, did that last sentence? Man, when I read that, bro, I got goosebumps, and I got it right now when I just was like reading along with you. Are you seeing what? Okay, I'm just going to say it outright. This is what I mean. How when somebody says something and like, let's say I'm me, you know, me. Okay. The bros is 5 of us. Malika and Sunny are that, so that makes 7. So say the 7 of us are with like 10 other people. And the 7 of us out of 17 will actually be able to see beyond the sense consciousness of a statement and be able to rightly divide the word. You dig what I'm saying? We'll be able to rightly divide the word. You dig what I'm saying? And in rightly dividing the word, we will be able to allow ourselves, right, we will be able to allow ourselves to get the spiritual import so that we can be able to take what is water and turn it into wine. That's what it means to turn water into wine. Jesus's first miracle at a wedding was changing water into wine. That's taking something that's just simple, that most people are just like, oh, I just simply, get this out of it. However, they don't get an intoxicating spirit, right? They don't get the Israelite spirit. They don't get spiritual consciousness from the water because they are unable to get the spiritual import pertaining to the I am, quote unquote, application. And vineyard is further proof when I said we're already born perfect.
Right.
Vineyard, the fruit pertaining to the vine is a symbol.
Born perfect, then that red dragon devours you.
Jesus said, or the I am identity said, I am the vine. The vineyard represents manifest man or manifest mind or humanity, which was planted in perfection, and perfection is its destiny. So when Prophet Noble Drive, Moors are on the road where we know where we're going. It's not, our destiny isn't unknown. And we're not like, oh, we're not certain about where we're going. No, we're completely certain where we're going. It's not an unknown destination. All right. And it's funny how Malika brought up, was Mary a virgin? And there's virgins right there. So virgin is a sense. Do your homework on virgins for those of you that have access to Prophet Noble Drew University and can get your hands on a Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, right? So back here now, right? When we go back and look at Connecticut state motto and stuff, yeah, their state motto. Let's go to their statutes because that's where it came from, right? Because the motto is right there at the beginning. And you see the quote unquote rabbit holes we go into, right? Now watch this. This is going to be fun here, all right? This is going to be fun. Watch this. Is it this one? Is it counties and county officers? County and county off-icers. Right? Exalted Cyclops. Right?
Islam, beloved brothers.
Islam, broski, doski. Exalted Cyclops.
Happy holy degree, bro.
Happy holy degree to
Islam,
all.
bro.
Islam, happy Venus degree to all.
Islam. County.
Go ahead. I got a question for y'all, but I'm gonna type it in the chat because I don't want to disrupt the live. Islam.
No, you can ask a question, bro.
What's the so-called legal term I'm looking for when an agent, writes something that's improper?
Are they lying?
I mean, yeah, it's not true.
It's libel.
It's libel. Okay.
If it's
Yeah,
writing,
but right is libel, and is it signed under the penalties of perjury? Because then there's some penalties that they.
then it's subordination of perjury as well.
Yeah, subordination of perjury. That is another one. You're correct.
Islam.
Correct.
And there might be more to add to that if we actually get a chance to look at that later, but Islam.
Islam.
Oh, I think I found what I was looking for. Okay, so under Title VI, right? So we're here, right? Under Title VI. I want to go to Chapter 78. Title VI is counties and county officers. Remember, there's no counties anymore. Judicial and state marshals. Look at judicial and state marshals. We're going to look at 630 for bond. I think that's interesting. Or is it 630A? So one of these we're looking at. And 639, 6-39. No, 6-39 is bond of state marshals. And 638A, state marshal, authority to provide legal execution of service of process. So I'm just going to do some scrolling. I kind of want you guys to see what it looks like, because any hyperlink I click on up here, it's just going to take me down a page quickly, right? So, and then I'm going to yield after this, right? But I just want you guys to see what it's looking like, right? What's in black is what we're going to pay attention to, right? However, it's giving public acts in the gold, right? In the gold in the parentheses is giving the public acts where these statutes are coming from, right? Purple is giving like some history, right? Pertaining to the public acts and things of that nature, right? Okay, so we're going to go to 638A, right? 638A. I want you guys to see this. Who wants to read? Because this is funny.
Come on, bro. Which section?
Yeah.
6-38A, state horse stable attendant.
Islam, state marshal, authority to provide legal execution and service of process. A, for the purposes of the general statutes, quote, state marshal, end quote, means a qualified deputy sheriff incumbent.
So who's the sheriff then?
Right, that's a deputy sheriff. So
remember when we said earlier, there's no counties. Mary and Mother Sarah was like, yeah, there are no sheriffs. They got rid of the sheriff, got rid of the county.
Right.
So
the tax collector?
Who is the sheriff?
Who's the tax collector?
Yes, who's the shire reeve in a place that there's no shire reeves? There's no shire. So why have a reeve? How are you going to have a deputy shire reeve? That's why I think they're saying the head sheriff may just be the quote unquote governor.
That's what I'm saying. And then if they're all deputy sheriffs, then they're all deputy tax collectors. Then that means when they snatch your body up, they're doing that as a collection for a debt. Why is your body being snatched up as a collection for a debt? Well, let's think about it. What does the mob do when you don't pay them back?
They break your legs. So have you sleeping with the fishies?
Precisely. They can't do it indiscreetly. So, they build warehouses called jails and prisons where they can put their wards on a shelf for an amount of time. Oh, with their consent, of course. They're going to sign that contract to go to prison, of course. However, yeah, that's what they're doing. And let's see here. So qualified deputy sheriff incumbent, right? On June 30, 2000, under section 6-38 or appointed pursuant to section 6-38B, who shall have authority to provide legal execution and service of process in the counties in this state. That's why I told that deputy tax collector if he was allowed to serve process outside of the state. And when he said no, I was like, okay, good. Have a good day then. You know what I mean? Or what do you mean? Are you saying this is not in the state? That's exactly what I'm saying. Oh, it is in the state. Would you like to look up a statute that proves that what you're saying is incorrect? No. Why not? I'm not wrong. Well, then look it up. I don't have time to play games. Get the fuck out of here then.
Wow.
All right. Let's see what else they're saying here. All right. Process in the counties in the state pursuant to section 6-38 as an independent contractor. Whoa. as an independent contractor compensated on a fee for service basis determined subject to any minimum rate promulgated by the state by agreement with an attorney, court, or public agency requiring execution of service of process.
That sounds like racketeering. Well, go ahead.
And then hold on. The whole constable's office, you know, office of the ex officio or whatever they want to say, and the police under the quote unquote sheriff, they're getting compensated to do this, and they're collecting a debt that is not originally theirs. That's a third party interloper.
Wait till you keep reading, because I can't wait to
all right,
green and red sections. I can't.
All right, B. Any state marshal shall is not discretionary. They have to. That's a must, right? Shall. In the performance of execution or service of process functions, have the right to entry. Whoa. On what? Private property, and no such person shall be personally liable for damage or injury, not wanton, reckless, or malicious, caused by the discharge of such functions. Wrong. That's absolutely incorrect, unless that's the government's private property.
That's why I'm like, huh?
That's absolutely incorrect. As a matter of fact, the only time you see private property in the Constitution is when it says the people have the right to be secure
in their person's houses.
That's the private property they're talking about. And any other private property, the only private property they have jurisdiction over is their fucking own when they go home. And actually, that's probably not even private when they go home. But because you know how they do their things. But what I'm saying is private property, they can only touch it if you're dealing with eminent domain. And really, if you ask me, I don't fucking think they could do that either. That's bullshit. I didn't agree to eminent domain.
Correct.
Even if you want to justly compensate me, how are you going to say that I got to move something? Like, what if I don't like the new environment, the new scenery, the new area? Like, you can't compensate for something.
I would need the statutory definition of private property, because it's going to have to be something that's private to someone who is under contract. Because other than that, I just see people getting shot in the head. You know what I mean?
What else would you do when someone breaks in your house?
These people that are the state marshals are going to get shot in the head by people that comprehend these statutes and be like, hold on, man, you don't belong here. No, I can do pow. So I'm trying to tell you, man, it's not a bright.
Oh, but hold on. Let me state something though. Any state marshal shall, in the performance of execution or service of process functions. So so when I read something like that, that lets me know the performance of execution of service of process is a legal thing. So there's due process that is afforded with that legal process. So if they're not doing it according to actual legal process, if it's not a federal agent, if it's not someone they have jurisdiction over, if the subject property is not in the state, in the county, or wherever, if they don't have any interest in it, whether that's city, county, or state, or federal, then they are not performing an execution of a service of process functions. So they wouldn't have the right to enter shit at that point, because it would be an illegal entry. Unlawful entry. Islam.
Check out that green and red there.
All right. See section 2-90A. Re-authority of auditors of public accounts to audit trust accounts maintained by state marshals.
Then read the red. Oh my God.
State marshals are not state officials. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Hold on. They're not state officials
or state employees.
Hey, yo, what the fuck, yo?
Thus, the doctrine of sovereign immunity is not available as a defense to an action for torture. So how are you going to say they're not liable, but then turn around and say they're liable?
But
they're
they
not.
Just said you can do a tort claim against them for their conduct. Like, yo,
Islam.
What the fuck am I reading? What am I reading? Do you guys see this as near the Connecticut State Republic?
That means that they're what? They're corporate employees, aren't they? Aren't they just corporate employees?
It looks like they're independent contractors. Like,
okay, they're third party independent contractors who collect debts.
Bruh.
There's no way a fucking marshal can show up anywhere dealing with you unless you have first given them prior express written consent to communicate with you with regards to the collection of a debt. Other than that, it's a fictitious obligation. It's frauds and swindles. It's false, misleading representations. It's invasion of privacy. It's false claims. It's deprivation of rights, conspiracy against rights. It's enticement to slavery at the end of the day, because they want you to play the Federal Reserve game. They want you to play imagination. I'm gonna give you this, and then you're gonna give me this private commercial paper, and we're gonna imagine that you paid for something. I'm gonna imagine I was paid. You're gonna imagine you paid, and we're all gonna live happily ever after. I'm good.
Islam. So I just wanted you to see that. You guys in the chat, I thought they sharing things since Revelations. Jadon says the unveiling. They got those digits because they want to obtain those important services. All right. Says mother. JM says mother. That was eloquently expressed, Jadon said. I'm just kind of going back from the things that we were going over right after Revelation, right? Open baby, I say divine. Okay, that's what open 642 says. JM, English is an equivocal language open to more than one interpretation. Okay. Melissa Hart was saying that's right when I think we were speaking about the counties no longer being there. So how are you going to have counties still just be something that's geographical locations, which means you just have something in a bin somewhere in a file cabinet talking about, okay, so this bin, this tote is the county, and we're going to put these toys called these different boroughs inside this tote, and that tote is the county, right? Legal slavery, Michael says, not mysterious, open 642. Mother Delilah says, Islam, happy holy degree. Peace and greetings to you, Mother Delilah. Islam, happy holy degree. I guess when we were reading this, Jadon says, holy Bruce Lee Christ, holy Jesus, Bruce Lee Christ. Azar says, yes. Mother Delilah says, did you say to rightly divide the word? Yeah, I don't think beings, Mother Delilah, are looking at these things, in the way, because remember, my mindset is, yes, I am Moorish American. That's the truth. Yes, I am a descendant pertaining to Moroccans made manifest here at the North Gate. I know it says in our 101s, why are we Moorish? Question, why are we Moorish American? Answer, because we are descendants of Morocco born in America. However, I know that according to my studies, I can even refine that to say that I'm a descendant pertaining to a Moroccan, well, pertaining to Moroccans made manifest here at the North Gate, right? Who's not being devoured by the red dragon, right? And so that's the whole truth. So I just told the truth that I'm Moorish American, and then I told the whole truth that I'm descendant of Moroccans made manifest at the North Gate. I'm a descendant pertaining to Moroccans made manifest here at the North Gate. The short truth is what I am not. I am not a contracted oath-taking, autograph certified statement making agent who's doing trade or business, which is performing functions of public office at the pleasure of the governor of any so-called state corporation.
In a federal trade zone.
I'm not in the zone. FTZ in it. I'm not FTZ in it. Federal trade zoning it. I'm not doing it.
When they pull up to the house, just start singing, no trade zone, no trade zone. They know better.
Right.
Yo, Michael Bravada says Latin is for commerce, but I do see Jadon L says English is for commerce. I would agree with Jadon. I think Latin is probably used more for law, right? Not saying that it wasn't used for commerce at all. However, right now on the planet, the USD has been the petrodollar, so everybody knows English all around the planet when it comes to international commerce.
Yeah, Islam. And even we know too, when we had looked up Latin in the Bible, in the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, right? Let's see what we had looked it up. Still in the J's. All right. Hold on. Is this it? Latin, right? Remember, guys, remember we went over this a few classes ago, right? And just in brief, let me just read it quickly, right? It's pertaining to ancient Rome. That's hilarious. That's when you get into the Etruscans, right? Which are technically us. The native language pertaining to the ancient Romans, which is different from modern Romans. It is now a dead language. Okay, I hear you. But it's taught for educational purposes. Since
how does a language die? I just gotta ask.
I don't know. So do we sing Boys to Men? So we go.
Put the Latin dictionary in a coffin.
Long together. Oh no, pardon me. How do I say goodbye? That's what I should be doing?
Why they lowering the dictionary?
I know, yeah. We spoken. The words of Latin has been.
Why, God, why?
Have we been bad? Right now, I thought we gathered. Let me stop, man.
They putting on Facebook, rest in peace, Latin. You know, R.I.P. my R.I.P. my boy Latin, my day one.
We gotta put bottles, candles, and teddy bears at a light post somewhere with a poster of Latin on the. And I'll take.
They be lying like a motherfucker. Show me what year did the language die? I want to know. What date specifically did it die?
Or should we be singing R.I.P.? Yeah,
R.I.P. R.I.P. They killed the language. Hey, so no, that brings up so many questions, yo. Like, was the language murdered or was it a natural cause of death?
Does it have a death certificate?
Yeah, what does the death certificate say?
Does the tombstone say, "Here lies Latin"?
They so dirty. They gonna put on the death certificate race black. They gonna put that the Latin language was black.
Hey, yo, it's fucking horrible, yo. That is fucking horrible. It was taught it was taught for educational purposes, since many of our modern words are derived from its roots. It was one of the 3 languages in which was written Pilate's, right? Pontius Pilate superscription that hung over Jesus's head on the cross. Metaphysical. The fact that the title Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, which is in Ibri, Yeshua HaNazarene Vemelech Hayudim, right? That's what we were saying. That's where you see, if you really break it down, Y Yeshua, H HaNazarene, V Vemelech, H Hayudim. See the Yud Hey Vav Hey, Yeshua HaNazarene Vemelech Hayudim, which is Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews, right? So now was written in 3 languages, signifies that the Jesus Christ truth, life, perfection, immortality, expressed and demonstrated throughout mind, right? Man is mind, even to his outer organism, must be recognized and acknowledged by mind, man, on all 3 planes of his consciousness. He must accept this truth, and the Christ must rule in his superconscious mind, his conscious mind, and his subconscious mind. The Ibri, or the Hebrew language, refers to the spiritual or superconscious phase of mind. Latin to the subconscious. So is your subconscious dead because it's missing? Its language has died. And Greek to the conscious reasoning mind. So that's actually, remember, metaphysics is the science pertaining to ultimate reality. So sounds like to strengthen ourselves in the spiritual, it would be good to remind ourselves of what we utilize Ibri for, right? Latin and Greek for. Latin for the subconscious and Greek for the physical. And the thing that's closest to Greek for me anyway is the alphabet as we know it. I mean, even the term alphabet, it uses the word alpha is the first letter in Greek language. Alpha. Like the second letter in the Greek language is beta. So we're just saying alphabet without the A after the T in bet. Alpha beta. Right? Anyway. So with that being said, last thing I'm going to bring here, let's go to 639. 6-39, and then I'm going to yield. Brother R can go out with the invocation. I thought this was interesting. You only have to read what's in the black there, man.
On the top, bond of state marshal. It's section 6-39, bond of state marshal. Each state marshal, before entering upon the duties of a state marshal, it doesn't say upon the duties of his office. He's not an official, right? Shall give to the state marshal commission a bond in the sum of $10,000, conditioned that such state marshal will faithfully discharge the duties of state marshal and answer all damages which any person sustains by reason of such state marshal's unfaithfulness or neglect. The premium for said bonds shall be paid by the state, even though they're not state officials, right? No state marshal shall collect tax warrants for the state or any municipality until such state marshal executes a bond in the sum of 100,000 silver or gold coins, because a dollar is a silver or gold coin, but I know they're not doing that. So they mean doll hairs. I got a question, bro. What kind of badge do they wear?
The one with a tassel on it for their titty. Let me stop.
No, I'm just curious, because if they're not state officials, I wonder if they're putting like state names on their things. Because remember, false and misleading representations, it says the false or misleading representation that anyone is associated with the United States or whatever, and that's with regards to the collection of a debt as well. And since they're debt collectors and they're coming, they're exercising, not exercising, but they're enforcing processes by the state. You see what I'm saying? The state says, hey, we just ordered this eviction. Can you go execute this? Well, so now you're saying that you're coming. Now, when they come to execute that, they're going to say, oh, we're here, because the state put in this order or whatever, right? So we're here to collect this debt. But hold on. Now you're making a false and misleading representation that you're associated with these people, because as far as I'm concerned, you're not a state official or employee. You're an independent contractor.
And what's interesting is,
so what do their badges say?
Dumbass. Let me stop. I'm not sure. We have to ask like those that are near the Connecticut State Republic if they ever seen a marshal's badge, or maybe we could look up a state marshal, look up Connecticut marshal, right? However, I just wanted to point out that if you had to sue these beings, you can ask from anywhere from 10,000 to 100,000 to sue them. Probably even if not in a tort claim, when you sue them on the federal level. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, pretty sure you can, within a 50-mile radius, possibly sue these beings in a quote unquote federal venue. If not, put it on the international. However, you guys got to, know what to do. It's not too many people out here besides Seven Hill Star and Lawful Living that's speaking on how to actually keep these beings from trying to say that you owe them something. You know what I mean? Now, we're not going out here looking for fights or looking to get in stuff. You know what I mean? Because I don't attract that type shit to me. You know what I'm saying? And that's what we do our best to practice, and not attracting, corporate challenges. All right.
Is this for Connecticut? Connecticut?
Connect eye cut. Yeah, Mother Delilah had said back a bit ago, she was like, after Michael had said, could it be eminent domain is only for equitable title property in realm in the state, not for absence of contract? For me, if there's somebody who is purporting to be in the state and there's some kind of agent trying to administer your rights that you didn't contract to have administered, and so now they're talking about they can do whatever to you and they didn't compensate you, they can take your property, tow your property, all that, and they didn't compensate you. Now you need to go back and enforce the eminent domain. Hey man, you owe me this for taking this. That's why I'm saying you got to be good at suing. Mother Delilah says sheriff equals chic to a certain degree. I think that's just amongst Moorish Americans, Mother Delilah. Because I mean, even though how we'll say Prophet Noble Drew Ali's divine appellation or higher appellation is El Hajj Sheikh Sharif. Is he a Sheikh or is he a Sharif? He's like doubly a Sharif. Well, so I think when one is in honor, they could be a sheik first and then the Sharif, because and again, if we're looking at it etymologically, the Shiree, one who is basically collecting, let's say there are dues, right? So let's say Prophet Noble Drew Ali was collecting the dues for the benefit pertaining to, the growth for our Moorish community. I'm not knocking that. I can see that, honorably being exercised, just to say. Jadon says, if the marshals aren't state officials and not employees, then who are they? Target practice, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. I'm just saying, guys, I'm for peace and not destruction. I'm just saying it's going to come a point where you guys are really going to study this. Share it with your loved ones. Make sure your little ones are raised on knowing these things and protect yourself. You guys have to stop funding your own enslavement out there. Seriously.
Serious.
You said that you had said, Brother R, that they're independent debt collecting contractors. Michael says by usage, it dies. Okay, commercial is dead, otherwise artificial. Okay, that's kind of the point I was kind of making a little bit sort of earlier. Just thoughts indeed, Michael. Mother Sahar says the language was suicided. That's actually fucking funny as shit. Michael Ravada says, maybe it was created for applications of artificial entities in which they have to be animated and summoned. Yeah, that's persons. It's your necromancy and stuff. Mother Delilah says, thank you. Brother Aura is reiterating, right? Happy Holy Venus degree to all mothers and sons in attendance. Don says, thank you. Mother Delilah says, divided the words. I divided the words O and F, and was I surprised? It's interesting because I guess in the Ibri, then Mother Delilah, O would be, to a certain extent, would O still go to Yud and F to Pei? In the Ibri, Yud and Pei, right? Well, and then, I guess Ha is the in Ibri. I know it could be like Yeshua HaNazarene. It's because it's not saying Jesus of Nazareth. That's actually saying Jesus the Nazarene. Vemelech. And so they in a bit is kind of like another way of saying the king. Hayudim, ha again the Yudim, right? Jews, YHUDIM. M, right? So I want to know what you got when you saw of. It says, oh, impersonation of authority facts. Mother Delilah says 1950. She also says Catholic priests were still doing a mass in Latin until the 1960s. And indeed, Mother Delilah, indeed. Jadon says Pluto in Aquarius. I love it. Yeah, man. Right? Making these transformative things known here. What does it say in the red there after the history? You guys can go back and do your, check your history and things like that. Without affecting this section, right? Replace references to deputy sheriffs with state marshals. Replace references to sheriffs with state marshal commission and deleted provision in reference to bond of sheriff effective December 1st, 2000. So you guys got to sue these people. So I really think, make the new getting the slickest, tennis shoes or sneakers, or like people say out there in the Midwest, they say gym shoes. You know what I'm saying? So make having some slip feet coverings on, you know what I mean? Some fashionable foot coverings on. Trade that for knowing what to actually say. You know what I mean? Knowing how to sue. I think that's uber important, like super duper important. I think Brother R might have sent me a picture of the state marshal badges in my DM. So let me see. Let's see.
Yeah, I sent that.
So it's an eagle. Right? Okay. I guess I could butter and let's see.
República?
That does say República, bro. Stop it.
And he put 2 stars on it.
Stop it. So they have the Aquila, and you can only see the Aquila's left eye, right? Allegedly, right? And it's like it's perched, but it's perched like it's seeking whom it may swoop down upon.
Marshall has Mars and Al in it. Interesting.
It's funny because Marsh deals with Moors.
And Al deals with Moors too.
Exactly. So it's like
impersonating.
Yeah, man. That's just
especially
kinda,
it's extra. It's like double impersonation because it says they're not state officials or employees, but that shit says Connecticut State on it. State of Connecticut as well. And República of Connecticut. They're like claiming to be Connecticut 3 times.
Like, wow, yo, like
they see the badge, just do what he says.
But they're not state officials or state employees. So it's
they're just
like
independent contractors.
Are they like FedEx but not federal? You know, FedEx is FedEx, but it's not federal. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop it. Oh, stop it.
But hold on. Was this the badge before it was abolished?
The county, let
me look up their current badge.
Yeah, what is that?
That might be the old one.
What is that looking like? But however, it looks like you looked that up and it's there. So
every other one I've seen on there had Connecticut on it as well.
Wow. Mother Sahar said to you. Well, Mother Sahar, when we asked which jurisdiction shall we look at, you said that. So I know next Friday, right? Next Holy Day, we're going to be looking at the Birmingham Corporation near West Midland, Netherlands, United Kingdom.
They have patches as well, bro.
Really?
They have a lot of different ones. They have a blue one. They have a one with a yellow trim with yellow words. One says judicial marshal from the judicial branch. Then they got the one that says state marshal.
They're Boy Scouts. I got my judicial.
Yeah, so it looks like they got two of them that I see here. But again, they both say state of Connecticut or Connecticut state.
Wow. Yeah, they are impersonating an officer. And people need to be able to look the simple things that we've said here. I know we've probably been on for like 4 or 5, maybe 6 hours, bro, because we did some dialoguing in between the points being made. However, it's always amazing and beautiful to do.
I guess I'll send these real quick just so we can analyze them real fast before we yield here.
Absolute, Tamari.
All right, yep.
All right.
Like if you see a guy and his badge says Connecticut State Marshal, would your first assumption be, oh, he don't work for the state? No, you're gonna automatically think, oh, you know, he's holding himself out to represent the state. He got a badge on, he's claiming some type of authority, and his shit says Connecticut State Marshal. I think in those situations, like when people have that type of information, they should be like, if they ever, have a situation where they run into one of these guys, like, hey, are you a state marshal? Like, are you a state employee or official? Yeah. Are you sure about that? Can you put that in writing for me?
Can you put that in writing?
And sign it, please?
Islam. So it is 16:50:03 or 4:50, probably like 10 now because the clock should be running. Oh, it's at 48 seconds. Post Meridian Eastern from near the Baltimore Corporation, Maryland State Republic. Interestingly, Mercury's ruling the ascendant right now, and Mercury's in the 8th house. And Mercury is void of course right now, guys. So a lot of beings may be seeing how policy enforcers are being really wild. People who are trying to enforce statute are going crazy right now. Mercury's void of course. And I told you, for me, Mercury is the police. I'm going to keep it a bang with you. Now, no offense to the Geminis and the Virgos. You know what I mean? Because quite a few of my brothers are, Gemini and Virgos. I'm just saying.
Offense taken. Appreciate it.
I'm just saying though. However, when you're talking about the local beat and stuff like that, and
not the police. I'm just an independent contractor.
What? Horrible. Mercury's void of course, so there's going to be a lot of miscommunication. The great thing about Mercury void of course is complete the documentations that need to be completed, see it all the way through, and make sure you're up on it and win. So I know once I yield from here, I'm going to go and check on my beloved mother, mistress, consort, and both of our little ones, our eldest and our newest manifestation. And then I'm going to work on this financial statement because I have something, going on in a federal venue. And I'm just being a scientist. You see what I'm saying? However, just kind of looking here, guys, with Mercury and Aries in the 8th house, we could just simply communicate. We're communicating about servants. And we're going behind the scenes about these servants, and they seem to be people who purport to be the head of something. However, we're really unveiling that they're not the head of anything. They're not state agents. They're not state officers. They're not state employees. So we have unveiled that when it comes to the 7th house, which deals with contracting, and Jupiter's there in the 8th too. So we have really unveiled the independent contracting that is taking place. And we did it in detail, some super detail. Virgo is the detail upon which I speak. The terms that Mercury is on is Mars's terms. Mars is in Cancer in the 10th house. And Mercury's ruling over that too, while it's void, of course. And we're talking about how beings will brutally try to impose their authority a certain way. And we are able to really unveil what is necessary so you guys can really get the value for yourself out of the alleged standing of these beings who are not standing officials or standing employees, because state standing. Period. So you can see how these brothers, because Mars is the masculine symbol, are really only acting in the capacity to be someone who is ruling over the people, when actually the people, which is the moon, right, are the ones that are in rulership. That's why when Brother R had brought up a few cycles ago, who's the head of the state of Nevada? It's the voters. So when you register to vote, quote unquote, you actually, I guess, in that jurisdiction, if you're a federal, state, and municipal agent that registered to be a voter, I'm not saying regular people do it, you have the power to hire and fire, because now you can petition those that are the heads of your membership corporation, termed state, county, or city. All right. So that's why I'm not in the United States. I'm not in any state. And I'm not saying it because I'm just some Moorish American that can yell and curse at you and say it's not the Constitution. I'm not a lout. I'm not a clown. Like we just read etymologically. Even though clown in certain cases that was a high priest. Well, it really depends on your reference, right? However, I'm only a priest unto myself. So with that being said, guys, I know that Brother Aura has said, I think he sent another picture or whatever as far as the badges and stuff.
Bro, I just received one of my correspondences back,
Mm-hmm.
and they put a notice on it that I've never seen. From the United States Postal Inspection Service, Chicago Division.
Mm-hmm. Because that's supposed to be largest, largest post office or whatever. But at the end of the day, their manual is their manual.
No, but I'm just like looking at this like, yo.
Because remember, they have like a weekly reader called PNC Weekly. And so try to say and do anything to try to make it seem like you are a part of Article 1, Section 8.
8 Clause 14 or 3. Yeah, I know. So what I was gonna say was, it's so funny because wait, who was this to? This was actually a location in the municipal corporation known as Henderson, right? Wow, you know what I just thought about? Man, I thought this was actually delivered. Maybe I thought this was already delivered, but I'm gonna check my records. However, this bears something saying Chicago Division, and I'm wondering, this didn't go nowhere near the Chicago Corporation. So how in the hell am I getting a correspondence from the Chicago Division?
Let me tell you what I did one time when me and a brother that was near the Long Island Corporation, New York State Republic, I was just sending him the instrumentals, right? And it kept getting sent back. And so they put their notices on it. So what I did was I made my own notice of their stuff, and I put my own notice on top of their notice.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Of
course. That's what I did too.
You see what I'm saying? So I actually typed something up, printed it out, and put it over top of their notice. You see what I'm saying? And said, deliver this mail. Because other than that,
they actually ripped my bro. I'm not gonna show this because it has private info, but they ripped my return receipt off, turned it sideways, and turned it around so it's the sender's mailing location. They ripped that off, turned it sideways, and turned it around, and taped it on. Like, it's wild, bro.
I mean,
I'm
they're violating what you actually put on there.
Right.
Exactly.
That's totally mail tampering. Like what?
Totally. That's what I'm saying. But I'm gonna find out. See what I'm just keeping records of all of this, and it's so funny because one of the post offices who actually returned a couple of my things, and I talked to them on the phone, and they try to return my stuff again. I just got a correspondence to go through to the Public Utilities Commission. So, like, I got the return receipt yesterday. I got 3 return receipts yesterday from one of the post office who sent stuff back, who tried to debate on the phone, got corrected, and then try to send something, documents on there. I took that stuff off and sent it right back. And it went through.
Mercury's
Now-
board. That's why I said Mercury's board, of course.
Oh yeah, that's true too. So I want to take this whole page. So the funniest part about all of this is that they put notices, but they never want to say what post office did it and what worker's name is, who's the living being that is attaching pieces of paper with notices on them on my post. Who's what's it called? Who's tampering with my mail? They don't want to say this is from this office, this is so and so, and I'm telling you that this is what it is. Nah, it's just always anonymous.
To add to your wisdom, bro, this is why I said we need to make them an offer they can't refuse. You know what I mean? Because this is why meetings have to be had. And I'm not in any way, shape, or form thinking to be scared. None of these people. I don't give a fuck what titty metal you got on. How many shots are in the clip of your Glock 40? I don't give a fuck, because you can't beat me here, nor with how I get down with this pen. So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? It's a matter of, if you wanted to find out who's doing what, or send your correspondence again.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, most beings in the post office, just like the policy enforcers, are a part of some fraternal or sororal order. They're either Masons or Eastern Stars that were brought in by being some type of Mason's wife or whatever. And at the end of the day, like I said, man, it's all energy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's all to the good. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Hey equals O. Mother Delilah says, okay. Hey, okay, got you. F is Vav. Okay, I'll take that instead of Faye or K. Right? I'll take that, Mother Delilah.
Gosh, bro, these people are stupid.
Yeah, that's what I said, man. That's why I said we have.
Oh my God, they sent me. Go ahead, my bad. We good. I got a correspondence from some random legal service, right?
Mm-hmm.
They sent me what was on the door, unfilled out again. We got them in the bag.
That's why I'm like, bro, like at the end of the day, like, bro, all we gotta do is be really, 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 really good at suing.
No, it's one of these. Pump fake.
Hey.
They pump faking like a motherfucker, bro. You don't send somebody legal documents and don't fill them out, bro. That's pump faking. Stop it. And matter of fact, what you're doing is you're trying to cause me intentional infliction of emotional distress by trying to scare me into being an agent. You're not going to scare me into being an agent
Via frauds and swindles.
Yeah, there is inducement to fraud.
What? Yeah, that's why I'm like, man, look. That's why I'm, like I said, I think in my mind, I and we are at a point where we need to make them an offer they can't refuse. That's bro. That's all I'm saying. You know? Brother Derek Blash Bay says, gratitude, brother. Jadon says, wow, communications of or about possession concerning inheritance. Yeah. Michael says, what does it say? Michael says, is that the post placed on Instagram? You talking about whatever Brother R posted on Instagram? Could it because you're using their mail envelope? It's
What?
a shipping supply. So
You know that shit is cardboard, right? Which comes from the earth.
Motherfuckers in jail be making their envelopes and drawing on them and all types of stuff out of the paper from the notepad from commissary. So
and the envelopes that you get in jail don't have a stamp on them. It's actually like printed on it already. It's not like a separate stamp that you put on it. It's already drawn onto the envelope, like it's an image on it.
Yeah, that's kind of mail fraudy too. But anyway,
It sounds a little fraudy.
Really fraudy. However, you got to think they don't have their envelopes. Their envelopes are made from the materials from our ancestral estate. So that question, Michael, it just shows me where you are at in your studies. Just going to be honest with you. There's no corporation on this planet of any way, shape, or form that has their stuff. It's my stuff. And any other sincere Moorish American that comprehends the state in terms of our ancestral estate. I'm gonna come to your house and ask to chop down your tree. And then I make paper out of your tree. And then I tell you, you can't use the paper that I make. Stop it.
And it's free shipping supplies, by the way, guys. Free shipping supplies.
Sure, it definitely is free shipping.
And it's not being when I send correspondences out, they're not coming from the United States. They're coming from Morocco. I'm just very fucking clear about that. They're coming from Morocco because I don't live in the United States and I don't live in any state of. Because in order to do that, I would have to be on federal, state, municipal, or county property.
Islam. Jadon says, I heard the saying, the pen is mightier than the sword. That's what I live by. I ain't gonna bullshit you. That's where I'm at. It never made on any sense until claiming declaring and proclaiming one's nationality. I comprehend. Michael says, do you all have 12 stat at law chapter 71, section 23 and 12, stat 705, subsection 23 and 37, congressional session 111, CR 11, section 22. I'll check that out. Probably in another time. And yeah, so Michael, then the best way to get in their mind is to see how they are formed. How are they formed? How are they delegated the authority to do what they do? What is their definitions and things? We can't go off of what they believe they're doing is correct and things of that nature. We have to go over what defines who they are, what their purposes are, what their practices are to be, right? So, bro, this has been great, man. I think we spent about literally like maybe 5 or 6 hours. I have spent, which is more time than I expected to spend. I expected to be back there with my beloved mother, Mistress Consort, and our babies, right? So with that being said, any questions, comments, and or suggestions from you all? I like to thank you all. Thank you all so much, right? He was asking for compensation. I don't know. I have no idea. I just know that a lot of people are one USC1 insane persons. And so they think just because they have some type of, position as an attorney or so-called esquire or state marshal and whatever the fuck people think they are, guys. Like, I'm really just thinking to myself, like, what the fuck ever. Like, that's really where I'm at. What the fuck ever. People do not know exactly what they got going on or what they're doing. And that's why I'm going to say this again. see how they're made. Go and check their statutes, their policies, because at the end of the day, I'm not going to see if someone's cheating me in Monopoly based off of my beliefs. I'm going to read the objective of the game Monopoly, and then I'm going to kick your ass according to the objective. Especially when you're seeking to win outside the objective. I'm going to kick your ass, and I'm going to kick it real good. I mean, I'm like Uncle Phil throwing jazz out. I'm talking about Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, not talking about this newfangled bullshit Bel-Air. Not talking about that. Which, by the way, I yield the floor here, guys. I love you oh so much. I'm about to go spend some time with my beloved mother, Mistress Consort. See if the eldest will come kick it with us. I know he enjoys doing what he does. Yeah, our eldest son, he's so bright in what it is that he does. You know what I mean? You notice how I speak about my loved ones, but I don't give you guys details. I do that on purpose. Honestly, I do that on purpose. Because, you know, again, I'm just expressing what I express. I'm human in certain ways. I'm out of this world, right?
So I call you living master.
Oh, wow. There you go, man. Stop it. Stop it. I just think a certain way, and it just so happens that the energy flows a certain way due to my thinking. However, yeah, shout out to my beloved mother, Mistress Consort, and home on well, please, baby. I love you. I mean, guys, man, just to watch her manifest. And we have no midwife, no freaking doula, none of that. And it's just like, you know, I'm not bragging as much as I am honoring her. It's amazing to see. And then just to watch our newest manifestation, just, man, there's some sharpness there with this new manifestation. I mean, some sharpness, seriously. So I look forward to this experience because being Moorish American, ultimately what it's about our loved ones. It is about quote unquote family. Dear mothers, teach these lessons to your little ones so that they may learn to love instead of hate. Dear fathers, by these lessons, you can set your house in order so that your little ones will learn to love instead of hate. So the goal is to have that. And it's best to have that where both the mother and the son are on the same page, are Moorish Americans. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yep. Yes, baby, I'm gonna make the salad. Yes. See, it's already requesting of me to make the salad. So with that being said, you all, I am going to yield it the floor. However, we're going to do our invocation out. Brother R, can you lead us out on the invocation out? Guys, remember, we're going to stand facing east. We're going to extend all 5 appendages on the left hand, just the index and the middle on the right hand. All righty. Mother Delilah said, it's a ghost town. St. Thomas says, Islam, ain't nobody home. Mother Delilah says, honors, it's a reason why you wear the black fez, Jadon says. Oh, hey, like I said, all my regalia are their gifts. So people obviously see something in me, they give it to me, and I continue to be myself. That's just really what it is. So I was like this before, you know, the badges and the Sharif's fez, the Moorish Sharif's fez. Gratitude to you, brothers, for your time and presentations to erudite us. Islam from the UK that says that's a JM saying that. And JM, we will be getting into, I guess I got to do a little research on Birmingham, West Midlands, as you had stated last Friday, right? Last Holy Degree. And so that we can present that for next Holy Degree. Mother Delilah says, tumbleweed is rolling down the highways. Lila's hilarious, yo. right? And Michael says, Israel Shalom, Assalamu Alaikum, Islam and Namaste. Indeed, Michael. Alrighty, guys, 5 appendages extended all on the left hand, just the index in the middle on the right. I have my feet on the 45 and the face east. And guys, we can repeat either aloud or in your heart after Brother R. Bey. Islam.
Islam. Allah, the Father of the universe.
Allah, the Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector.
Allah is my protector.
My guide.
And
my salvation. By night. And by day. His holy prophet. Noble Drew Ali. Amen.
Islam. Shout out to all of my bros. Shout out to the Exalted Cyclops, Brother Corey Bey for joining us, Brother Terrell Tamari Bey, Brother Sean. Right. So the Exalted Cyclops, the Sauce, and the Paragon Devo. Art. Brother Braveheart L, of course, as well as
Living Master, Brother Hasan.
Oh, hilarious. Stop it.
Living Master. Oh, you got
We need like that part from Enter the Dragon with Leroy when he started going crazy. We need to get you in there instead.
Y'all need some help, man. You're hilarious. I took the spotlight off so everyone could see us. I know Brother Terrell probably went to go strum along, but he was in the chat for quite a bit of the presentation. So with that being said, Mother Janelle says, congratulations to your new little. Thank you so much, Mother Janelle. I appreciate you saying that also. With that being said, I'm going to go make salad because my baby wants me to make her some salad, right? I laid it down with the vegan 7-layer salad the other day. I've never heard of a 7-layer salad until my baby introduced me to it. She made it and told me how to make it. I was like, wow, that's pretty delicious. Right. So with that being said, I'd like to thank you all. I don't know, bros. Did y'all need me to open the Zoom back up after this and we all are speaking privately? I'm getting a vibe here.
But I mean, I don't want to stop you from whipping up that delicious salad.
Oh, I'm just gonna have to put you guys on speaker and just keep moving around, doing stuff around the spot. But I do want to just go. But I just wanted to make sure first.
Yeah, bro. I would like to actually discuss something with you real quick. Or actually, I mean, just a few minutes, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I got quite a bit of work to do anyway, because like I said, I got some other things that I got to do as far as the federal case, and then someone has scheduled a Mirror AstroLiteracy session for tomorrow. So don't forget, guys, to schedule your Mirror AstroLiteracy session. Since the Exalted Cyclops is here, guys, get your CMOS from Brother Corey. All right, I'm serious. Get your CMOS from Brother Corey. You guys will not be disappointed. Go to 7hailstar.com. Right. You can go to One Heart Supplement. It's all one word. One Heart Supplements on Instagram, or you can go to 7hailstar.com, go to the About Us page, and you can go to the part on the About Us page where Brother Corey is, and you can click on the direct message button to get in contact with him and order your CMOS. I mean, bro's product is back. Okay. So that's what I make my smoothies with. If I'm in the mood for a vegan pancake, I put that within the mix also for my vegan batter that I utilize, my alkaline batter actually. Yeah, so and it makes a pretty awesome vegan alkaline pancake, right? The Mirror AstroLiteracy sessions can be conducted by I, Brother Corey, Brother Terrell, and Brother Sean. Don't forget to get your mental magician reports from Brother Sean also. Guys, you want to get your concept correction sessions going, right? That's when you guys will reach out to Brother R. Usually he and I are there for the concept corrections. If you guys want to have a session with us directly, I'm going to be up front. You guys already know it's an Alamosinary tuition. right? And so be prepared to give that eligible tuition. It's $102 per hour for the AstroCivics concept correction. All right. And we will make sure that we thoroughly research that which you need. It's not like when people go out there looking for an attorney to help them get out of something. We're not representing you. We're really assisting you with something that you should kind of already be good at. And that's being able to research your own statutes. These statutes, codes, and policies pertaining to the corporations operating their corporate activities near where you are upon your ancestral estate. Let me say that correctly. All right. So with that being said, love you, Mother Delilah. Indeed, Jadon says, where would one get a proper fez from? Oh, you didn't hear that call earlier? I thought I said it, but you must ain't hear it. It's a Lauterer, Georgia Lauterer Company, Lauterer. Right. You know, and I've been getting to a point where it's like, should I say less of stuff that I like to do? Because you know how you like something, you tell somebody about it, next thing you know, it's sold out. The next time you go get it, it's like, fuck. Consuelo says, she's back. Yeah, we're closing out. So you can go back and look at the recording. Now, I got a feeling this is going to be a 6-hour video by the time I get out of here. Yeah, it's funny. You're the second being that said something about a cookbook, JM. I spoke with my patrilineal little sister. She's the youngest of my siblings, patrilineally speaking. And she was like, you know, she said she's really considering just going hard with the vegan, you know, everything. And, you know, she was like, you just got to send me a cookbook or something, or send me the recipes of the stuff you talk about. And I was like, yeah, because I was letting her know the best way to kick chicken is to fall in love with oyster mushrooms and use besan. Besan is the Hindustani colloquial term for chickpea flour. So use chickpea flour to batter and season and make a wet batter of the besan and dip your oyster mushrooms in that. You know what I'm saying? Don't make them all thin and small, you know, make them a good size, however, like party wing size. And then one thing my baby showed me, she showed me how to, once it's in the oil, preferably I hope you're using grapeseed oil, which kind of dissipates quicker than olive oil, but olive oil is something you shouldn't be frying in. But if you have to, mix the two. So, you know, press the oyster mushroom when it's in there. You know, you get one side, it's frying, and then you flip it over. So the wet batter portion of the part that's face up when you first put it in, that gets a fry on it, and then press it down, smash it a little bit. Man, delicious. With that being said, thank the bros. I'll open the Zoom back up, man, just so only the bros can meet. All right. But we are, it'll be open, but I'll be in the background, but I'm going to go and check on my loved ones. All right. So, but I'll open it immediately once I do the peace and the loves. So, any other questions?
They really said that they said that prepaid mail being prepaid is a myth. That's what they said, bro.
Bruh.
I wish they would have signed this.
Bruh. That's that. They on that perico with that.
Yeah. You know? Your argument is a myth. Get out of here. Islam, I yield, man. It's actually 2:22 right now. Perfect time to go out.
Be yourselves and donate. All right. We love you. On behalf of all of the bros, I and my beloved brothers in whom I'm well pleased, 7hillstar.com astrology firm. We say to you all, namaste, namaste, namaste. Islam, 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 y'all. Peace and love.